Start stream. Okay. I'm just gonna dilly-dally. You know what? Maybe I'll do the reading at the desk and then I'll play with the pillow fort after. Are we doing... Oh, I'm gonna put all my stuff over here already. Ooh, this one today. If you show up right now, you get to see my back. Woohoo! Maze-tastic. Okay, it's that day, guys. It's that day. Oh no. It's all the days. I'm excited. Today's going to be amazing. I'm jazzed. I hope you guys are jazzed too. I have my Star Wars jammies on. I'm pumped. Because, I mean, honestly, if you can't be pumped about Star Wars jammies, you're dead inside. Like, we need to reconnect you to the universal energy because you are not living a full life if you are not excited by Star Wars pajamas. And I'm sorry to be that bitch. Oh no, I need to change all the things. Tarot. We're doing tarot. That's what we're doing. That's what my thing is. We're having a pillow fort. Oh my god, I'm actually freaking out. You guys don't know how excited I am. You guys, I don't know if you know this about me yet, like, depending how long you've been here, whatever. I'm, like, deluxe night owl. Like, I'm, like, intense night owl. Like, I will not go to bed. Like, literally went to bed at, like, 8:30 in the morning the other day. Hermit, hi, darling! Why is it confusing? What's the problem? I'm so sorry that you're having problems with it. Once you get used to it, it's not that bad. I'm real sorry. It does take a minute, though. Dude, I'm so excited for the pillow fort. You don't even know. You don't even know right now. I'm so jazzed. I'm, like, excited beyond belief. And it's going to be so fun. And I think I'm, like, over-prepared. I'm just going to put that out there. But, like, better over-prepared than under-prepared. Right? Oh, this is such a good reading. I decided I would do the daily reading, like, at my desk. It made you follow people. Oh, it's stupid, and I'm sorry that it's stupid. I've been on this platform for so long that I forget that it makes you, like, pick somebody, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I apologize. I apologize on behalf of Twitch. I do love this platform, though. They have made such a... they have done a really good job, actually, at making a place where people can be whatever they want to be. It's nice. And, yeah, you get the odd, like, troll raid and stuff like that. But, I mean, that's every online platform. Like, have you guys heard about the terrible, 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 like, racial attacks and, like, attacks? Like, now that people are having all these meetings by Zoom, like, people will just, like, Zoom bomb or whatever they call it, their meetings, and, like, scream racial slurs, like, be disruptive, post porn. Like, oh my god. Do people have nothing better to do with their times than be assholes? It's terrible. And I'm just, you know what? When I hear stuff like that, when I, like, feel the darkness, I'm just, like, more determined to glow brighter and to, like, light up as many people as possible because fuck you. How fucking dare you think that you have any more rights on this planet than any other fucking human or anything on this planet? How dare you think that? How dare you be so arrogant? How dare you be so arrogant as to think that you are worth more? Because that's where it all comes from. This all comes from a place of arrogance and fear. A fear that they're not going to be the biggest and the best someday. And you know what? I'm just so sick of it. And you know what? Oh, I just having one of those days where I'm like, bring on the change. Like, bring on whatever's next. It's got to be better than what we're dealing with now. It's got to be better than a world where people think it's cool to, like, scream terrible, hurtful, negative things at people based on nothing more than, like, their appearance or, like, their choice in life. What do you fucking care what someone else's choice is? Something not right in you. You know, if you get so much out of your life by being hateful. And this is what we need to fight, and this is what we need to, you know, this is where fear takes people. This is where quest for power takes people. And we need to save everyone from that. We need to, like, save the world from all that. And so each of us needs to glow big and bright, bigger and brighter all the time, because this is not going to be a functional model. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. I just I can't believe how stupid people are and hurtful and mean for no reason. So that's why we're here, right? Because we don't want to be like that. Dude, totally. Hi, Druid. Hi, Ems. It's totally their own issues, and we need to realize that anytime that we put hate out into the world, it's because we hate that about ourselves. And so many of these people actually that are putting all this hate out, we hear that people who thought they were homophobic, turns out they're actually on the LGBTQIA spectrum. Not homophobic, terrified of what they are, terrified of their true selves, terrified to be their true selves. And we have to put that somewhere, right? We have to do something with that. And so, every time I see someone like that, as much as it infuriates me that they are hurting other people, I understand that they're doing that because they're in agony. Like, you must be in such a terrible, hurting place for you to be elevating your vibration by passing that pain on, you know? And those people are in so much pain, and those people are, we have to give them love. We were talking yesterday about loving the things that hurt you. When you feel anger or feel fear, love them. Thank you. Thank you, fear. Thank you for being here, for telling me what I need to be aware of. Thank you for letting me know that this isn't safe. Thank you for talking to me, letting my body talk to me. And when we react to the things that are happening to us with love and positivity and an open mind, we're a lot more likely to get what we want out of them. And they're actually more useful in their purpose if we accept what their purpose is and are grateful for that purpose is. So people that end up in these like terrible hate groups and these terrible things, I feel for them on one level, and I hurt for what they're putting into the world, because what we put into the world in one way or another is what is inside of us, and they must just be so dark inside. And this is that's exactly right. We need to totally, I've been saying this in all the streams, we need to each be shining as bright as possible, because that's the way we light other people up. That's the way we serve the collective. And it sounds like a backward message that we need to all do our self-work right now. If you cannot be out there, if you are not serving a purpose out in the world, and if you are, I'm sorry, and please be safe. But I thank you for being the people that are out there, and thank you for being safe about it. But the rest of us, we shouldn't be out there. And our job right now is to be us. Our job right now is to sit in our eggshell until we can break out of it. And you know what? You're going to sit in your corner until you figure it out. You're going to sit there until you can get your shit together. And unfortunately, that's what's going to happen. Like, you guys, the ones that are out there needlessly, the ones that are out there, not wearing a mask, shaming those of us that are wearing a mask, you guys, that's bad karma. You guys you're not being responsible. And you know what? On top of that, those people probably have their heads up their asses as far as like not paying attention to what's going on to the world. Because if you take 5 seconds and look beyond the mass hysteria and actually educate yourself, it's actually fairly terrifying. There's actually like a huge thing happening, and we actually need to all be in on it, and we all need to be aware. And you are like shirking your responsibility to yourself and humanity if you do not know what the fuck is going on right now. Like, I'm totally one of those people. I like keep myself out of the news and out of the world, and I still make sure I know what's going on, because none of us can be doing our work, and none of us can be doing our part for the world right now if we're not aware of what's happening, if we're not aware of how to do that. And that's one of the other reasons I want to have this stream, is because so many of us are just lost home in the dark. We've all been forced, like I said, back into the egg almost. And so this is this real rebirth period. And it's going to feel like coming out of an egg coming out of here. We're going to feel like all new people. There is so much change that's going to happen, not only in the world and as far as how we do business and transactions and everything else. We're going to change as individuals. Each of us is going to come out of this egg, out of this womb that we are now being forced into. Guys, at least 9 months. Ringing a bell? Hello? Wake up! We need to be reborn. We need to each reborn. The world needs to be reborn, and we all need to be in the womb right now. We can't be born premature. We need to be in there for a allotted amount of time. We need this time to do this work. We need this time to be the humans we need to be. And you guys, if you're not doing your work now, you're not doing what you can for humanity. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be that bitch, but like there's very little most of us can do right now other than stay the fuck home. And so if you're not doing your work in some way, and that can be laying on the couch crying, that can be putting your heart into humanity, that can be, if you are crying for humanity, you are processing for someone. That is wonderful of you. If that is all you can do right now, do that. If you need to learn how to bubble shield so you can do something in a different way for yourself or for your own health, talk to me. I'll teach you. We talked about this yesterday. Everyone, we tried it on stream, and a bunch of people were like, oh, I can feel it right away. You can feel the difference of having that bubble, of having that space for yourself to do your work. This is all what we need to be doing. And you know what? Each of us have a different job, and none of us need to be judging what the other's job is. If it's your job to lay on the couch crying for humanity, thank you for doing that. Because you know what? Crying gives me a headache, and I'm supposed to be doing this. So you know what? As much as I take my minutes and cry for humanity, like this is what I'm doing, right? Yes, spreading knowledge. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Spreading knowledge. And you know what? Not just scientific knowledge. We all have different knowledge. We all have different things to say, and it's important that we say them. We need to move into a model where we can say our things. We need to move into a model where everyone can speak their voice. Throat chakra people, throat chakra, everyone, please go look up what throat chakra is. And the reason I want you to look it up yourself is because when we Google something, we're presented with a bunch of images and we go to the one that resonates to us. And so I want you to go and choose Google throat chakra and then pick the one that resonates for you and read all about it. Read about what throat chakra is. Read about what throat chakra does for you personally. Read about what it's about to have an unbalanced throat chakra and see if you fit any of this. And you know what? This could be a short-term imbalance or this could be a global imbalance. But right now, so many people are screaming to have their throat chakras heard. I thought it was so interesting today. I read that there is a disproportionate amount of autoimmune or low immune or immunosuppressed people in the LGBTQIA community. And I guess that makes sense as far as if there's a higher percentage still in those in that part of the population for autoimmune diseases. But I thought that we were kind of beyond that as a society. Like I thought we were kind of getting over that. And so anyway, it doesn't matter, but I was just surprised to hear that, and I thought that that is really fascinating because as a massage therapist, I was taught how to do manual lymphatic drainage. I was taught about our lymph system, which is basically our immune system. Our lymph system, interestingly enough, starts right here. Right here. Right where our throat chakra is. That is where our immune system is. And if your throat chakra is repressed your entire life, what do you think it's doing to all of the things around here that are physical things that our body needs? If you are not being given healthy, good energy for your throat chakra, if you are being kept in the dark your whole fucking life, of course you're going to be immune suppressed. That's ridiculous. You're going to have a low immune system in general. You're going to get sick all the time because you're not free to speak, because you don't have anywhere for the energy in that chakra to go, and because you're not being given good energy, because you can't be who you are. And our throat chakra is very much about being who we are, and speaking our truth. And it's I'm getting mad because everyone is being wounded by everyone else's wounding, and it's just, we all need to just take a minute and heal. And it's okay if that doesn't look the way it looks for other people. It's okay if your Instagram highlight reel of healing isn't the same as other people's Instagram highlight reels of healing. Thank you, Hermit, by the way, for like fucking bravely posting dance videos. I have missed. I didn't know what day Wednesday was. Next week, girl. Next week, I'm back on the train too with Work It Wednesday, and it's a way to work it out. It's a way to get your, like, dancing is one of the best ways to connect your body and your energy bodies. Like, my uncle likes to go, okay, think of your fingers, and like there's all these different like planes and they all coexist at the same time. And I'm like, yeah, okay, so we have these different quadrants, and we have a spiritual body, an emotional body, a physical body. People like in the psychological community talk about your trauma body. And so where is that trauma on you physically? Where is the trauma on your trauma body, and how is that causing you physical issues, or how are you not paying attention to it? Like, maybe we're not paying attention to the right thing on our trauma body in order to heal the wounding. And so I just love that there's like this openness out there now, and that like maybe it's still the highlight reel of ugly crying, but we're posting ugly crying. Like, that's pretty fucking amazing. Like, I've always had body conscious issues, and I'm like out here going like, hey, turns out I'm non-binary, and also, by the way, look at my fat ass shake. Yeah, bitch, it's amazing. Like, I love that we are coming into this place. And so people, everybody has been repressed for so long, and we're coming into and this is you can't just go from repressed to unrepressed. You can't just go from inhibited to uninhibited, right? And so that's what we need to do is we need to be in our shells at this time, so to speak, and we need to be ready to be reborn. So we need to take this seriously. This is what we're doing this year. I've been saying for months before this ever happened. This is a foundation year, guys. This is a foundation year. The work we put into ourselves now is going to come back to us for 12 years. If you put in the wrong work, you're going to get back the wrong thing. And I agree that there is more than one truth. I agree that there's more than one truth. No, you don't need to shut up about it. This is a safe space. You want to rant, you rant. That's cool, man. I understand where you're coming from. We need real information. We need real information. We need a real plan. We need to really know what's happening globally. We need to know, what are we supposed to do as individuals, as citizens, as global citizens? We need to know, how can we each contribute? We need to each know our resources are going to be met, and we are stressing about that. We need to know, how long is this going to be? Because each of us is going to figure out our own way to do resources, right? Each of us is going to figure that out for ourselves. That's fine. We each have our own strengths and talents, and this will ultimately be an opportunity for us to lean stronger into those. But first, we need to figure this shit out, and no one's going to give up their current model of resources if they don't think they have to. And so this, like, oh yeah, it's going to be a month, it's going to be a month, it's going to be fine. Everyone's like, okay, I'm going to put my model on hold. But it's not, guys. It's not going to be a month. Most intelligent places are talking about, like, maybe you can see each other for Christmas. Like, probably not. And we need to accept and realize that this is a long haul. This is a long haul with what's happening in the world, but it's also a long haul for us as individuals, and it's going to be a hard one, but the end of this is going to be like the platform for the new beginnings. And Druid, and we've been talking about this stream a lot about real information on COVID. How we've been talking about how the European papers are kind of like discreetly publishing their shit, but like no one in North America is talking about what's happening in the rest of the world. None of the papers here are talking about it. Whether they're trying to avoid spreading panic or not remains unclear, or whether it's being like controlled by some higher power, some, the Illuminati that controls the media. I don't know. I don't care. I always say to people, anything is possible. It could be that there's the Illuminati at play. It could be it could be a million different things. There's a million possible explanations for anything, and none of them are impossible, and none of them are even improbable. There's so many humans and so many energies and so many entities and so many things happening all the time. It is just very, very, very difficult to say that one thing is or is not possible, or that one thing is or is not affecting something. Also, I mean, but I want to point out that it doesn't matter. None of it matters. It doesn't matter why it's happening. What matters is how it affects us. What matters is how we are responding. What matters is how we are planning to move forward. Are we planning to move forward in a house where we never see humans, like for the rest of our lives, or not? And if not, then what does that look like? So we need real information. We need to know what's really happening. We need to be able to make these decisions for ourselves so we can plan for ourselves. And yes, my darling, the Virgos right now are struggling, right? And exactly. I think oh, hi Fairy. Thank you for hosting. Hi, sweetheart. And yes, somebody needs to step in. You know what? My partner often talks about how Britain got through the wars, and they rationed everything. And you know what? Nobody got more than anybody else got. And everybody, if you were lucky enough to have a job, everything that you produced went to the government. Everyone had the same as everybody else. And you know what? Maybe that's not what we consider utopia, but it's a lot fucking better than what we have right now. Because right now, in our privileged society, we have people that that have the privilege of staying home for whatever reason, whether they fit the qualifications of the government's um, uh, programs and are able to receive assistance in that way, or whether they're able to work from home themselves, or whether they're independently wealthy, whatever. We have people that are able to do this, and they're basically unaffected financially. And then we have people who are barely making it with two people working 40 hours a week minimum wage and taking the bus everywhere, you know. Um, okay, yes, nature therapy, that sounds wonderful. Take pictures for me. Um, you know, those people that are now not able to work their 40 hours each, you know, and it's so frustrating because we're seeing, even in the relief efforts, we're seeing the disparity in the rich and the poor, because everyone jumped to fucking help with mortgages, but no one is jumping to help with rent. I mean, that's not true. Not no one. Thank you, Emma. Not no one. There are so many amazing landlords, private landlords, that are stepping up. Oh my God, I read the best article today. People were stressing out, and the landlord started a group letter, and he was like, look, I don't even know when this is going to be over, but I'll give you 30 days notice when I need you to pay me again. So until then, just don't pay me. Dude owns 18 buildings. Do you know how many lives he just saved? Like, literally, he saved lives. Literally, by giving people a place to stay home and place to self-isolate instead of having to be out there hustling because someone's got to put food on the table, pandemic or not. And you know what? People, not only the government is doing, we're getting there, but we're not going to be there for the poor fast enough. The existing resources are not sufficient. Donating to the food bank is great, but you're only allowed to go once every 2 weeks. You're only allowed to go every so often. You're only allowed to get so much per person. And the food bank is rationed, but nothing is rationed for the rich. Nothing is rationed for those of us that can afford it. My partner goes to a grocery store in the better part of town, and there's never any toilet paper. There's never any toilet paper. There's hardly ever any bread. Like, never. Because every time they fill it up, the rich people go take it. I'm sorry. It's true. Don't like it? You're free to leave. You don't like my opinion? But you know what? You go to the west side. You go to the other end of town. You go to Confed, and there's lots of toilet paper. People can't afford it. People can't afford to stock up. So there's lots. You want something? Just go to the poor part of town. They can't afford to hoard it. They can't afford to buy it. They can barely afford to have it right now. Of course, crime is going up, and we're having petty crimes happening, like people breaking into cars and stuff, because they don't have any income, because they can't be out there. They can't be out there doing whatever their hustle is, right? And this is the problem. And this is what we're realizing. This is what's been happening, Hermit. And yes, you're right. There's a lot there's a lot of rich people that are stepping up with their income. And that is, thank you. Thank you, rich people who are stepping up with your income. Thank you for doing that. I don't give a fuck if it's a publicity stunt. It's still money for the people that need it. And you know what? We need to make sure that money is going to grassroots operations that are actually feeding people at the base level. Because unfortunately, so many donations just get caught up in red tape or in what's going to look best publicity-wise. And unfortunately, giant sums of money right now are being used to fuck other people over, because people are buying pandemic resources out from under other people, even out from under countries. Individuals are showing up with cash and buying out entire shipments of masks and other safety and equipment that would be going to countries. It's a country's order, and it gets literally purchased off before them because someone shows up with cash, because the countries all have to wait to purchase it. So we need to be mindful, even those of us that do have money, where we're putting that. To be totally blunt, it's better right now to put it into the people that don't have it, because they're the ones, we need to keep them going until the government steps in. We need to keep them going until the government gets their shit together. Because yes, it's totally natural for the government to look at this as a short term and be like, oh fuck, the economy, 2 months, quick, subsidize shit. But now that they're starting to realize that it's longer, they're going to realize that their existing systems in place do not fit what they need. The people that need resources aren't always able to get them due to stupid rules. We should be judged purely on what we make as an income. We fucking look at our bank accounts. Go ahead. Look at your bank account, but don't, you know what I mean? it's unrealistic to ask people to jump through like 8,000 different hoops, getting paperwork and things like that when they don't own a vehicle, when it's hours and hours on the bus getting to and from places, when you go places for resources and they won't help you, like you go to the Canada, the Help Desk Canada, and they direct you to the internet. Well, thank you, but that's not helpful, and most of those people don't have the fucking internet. You can only do so much at the library. I mean, we put people in such a position where they have to prove so much to gain resource. And yes, there are places you can do those things, but none of them are easy to get to. Everything's out of the way. A lot of them are shared. And then now especially you can't do it because there's a fucking pandemic. And you can't be out publicly. You can't just go and print off your whatever at Staples because no one's allowed in. Like our existing system is not working and the governments need to catch up. That's what I'm saying. And so anyone that has any extra resources right now, we need to be looking around for who needs resources. If we have extra energy, if we have extra love, if we have extra money, if we have extra food, somebody is lacking. Somebody right now does not have it. And guys, we need to do that. We need to do that. And so, I think that a lot of the rich people are being humbled right now. I think the ones that aren't are the ones that have been kind of, kept their good hearts, so to speak. I notice a lot of the sports players come from really humble beginnings and immediately go back to them in hard times. And I think that that's really beautiful. I'm really grateful that they could do something that they love and help humanity. Like, that's what we all need to be doing. And so anyone that's been like harping on like, oh yeah, well they can afford to give it up. Who fucking cares? At least they're giving it up. There's billionaires out there whose main concern right now is not in making sure that people have food and shelter. There's billionaires out there who are getting a break on their fucking mortgage, charging people rent this month. Like, what the fuck? Don't be mad at the people that are giving up their money. Don't be mad at the people, like, whether you think it's for publicity or not. Don't be mad at the people that are doing their best. Be mad at the people who doing their best is fucking other people over. So, my God, guys, do you literally come here to listen to me rant? Yes, to a women's shelter. I understand why they're not accepting, which is super terrible. See, I understand, but maybe there's some other way. Like, check out Kijiji, check out Instagram, hashtag people in need. You know what I mean? There's got to be some way that we could do this, because, I mean, if somebody could wash them in hot water and leave them somewhere safe for someone else to pick up, do you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what the risks are, and I think that we need to be aware of it. But I think, yeah, like anyone that has, especially right now, we're getting like third frickin' winter here in Canada. Anybody that's got extra outerwear, anything like that, call the homeless shelters, call the Friendship Inn type places, call everywhere. Maybe our first choice is to give to a certain shelter or a certain charity, but we can't be picky who we're helping right now. Everyone needs it. So whoever will take the assistance, whoever can find a way to provide this assistance in a safe way, go with them. If somebody's got an industrial washing machine and they're taking in clothing because they know they can wash it and make sure before they give it out to anybody, give it to that person. You know what I mean? There's going to be a place. There's always a place. Someone's got to be helping someone. Or, wash it in super hot water, fold it up, and put it on a corner. Just leave it and put a great big sign, like, if you need clothing, here you go. Just, you know what I mean? Just it's better, like, you're not going to survive Corona if you freeze to death. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how else to, we all need to do what we need to do right now. We all just need to be focused on doing our best to help everyone, Anything you can do, any way you can think to help, do it. It's not stupid. It's not bad. It's amazing. It's wonderful. Anything you can do. I have 7 cards today. Interesting. Do you guys want to see the cards? I was messing around with my cameras. So, low-key concerned one of these is pointing at my breasts or something weird like that. So, just bear that in mind. I'm trying to fix it. beforehand, but I apologize because they're all wobbly because I was getting all the cables undone so that I could move around easily when I'm ready for my pillow fort. Ooh, that's a good one too. Um, Totally, you should, I mean, if you haven't already posted on Instagram, if you have, can you tag me and I'll post it up for my people? I know lots of people stuck at home with kids right now. And I don't mean that they're stuck with their kids. I mean that they're stuck at home. And it's boring for the kids, especially there's a lot of really active kids that are used to being out at the parks and are used to being out somewhere, going to the pools and whatever. And now they're just feeling kind of trapped. It's hard to work off energy in an apartment, So definitely, I would love to see those, and I would love to know where to send people. I know I always say Instagram because that's the place where I know how to do things, but like anywhere, like link me on Facebook. I don't care. I'll put stuff out. You just tell me. You just tell me how I can help, and I will help. Okay, so I'm sorry because I've been talking so much that I've been, guys, this is such an amazing reading, that I've been neglecting the cards. You know how cranky they get. Dude, that's awesome. That sounds perfect. Those are the resources people need right now. 100%. People need something for their kids to do. Okay, that's new. I want this way. I don't know why. Oh, you guys, this is such a nice reading. I have a friend who, Emma knows her, who is just like reveling in the homeschool aspect of all of this. And because she's just like, oh my God, someone set me loose. And I'm like, oh no, those poor children. I think they're getting better education at home than they were at school. Well, when they're at her house anyway. They're, how the part-time things are. That's the other thing. People with custody arrangements, I wonder how I don't know how people are handling that. I think that's another thing that people are not thinking about, is that there's often one household that is preferred by the child, and not all of them will be in that household for this, although some, you know what I'm saying? Something else we're probably not thinking enough about. They had said that there was a number of domestic abuse calls. It's like skyrocketed. And then there's nowhere for people to go, right? We just need to all be like helping each other out, It's harsh right now. Okay, we're not going there. We're not connecting to that. We're not talking about that. My pendulum immediately is like clearing. We're doing a beautiful reading. And so this is probably most of the stuff I've ranted about already, because anyone that knows me knows that the cards are really more for the people I'm talking to than for me. Sorry. Bossy pendulums. So the reading today starts with the moon, because we're all doing soul searching, and that's what we're supposed to be doing. And we're all wondering if this is really the path we're supposed to be on. And, now that the world is basically, going to be brand new, what new person am I going to be in this world? What purpose am I going to serve? What am I going to be able to provide? And how am I going to be able to provide for myself, right? So we've been doing this soul searching. We've been talking about that a lot lately. And this is the moon. People will note that this is a lobster. It's usually like a crab, but same diff. But it's all about Cancer, and all about the about going deep emotionally, right? And so we're being put in this place where we're having to deal with our emotions. As we've said several times, it's kind of like being put in timeout. You have to sit there and really think about it, really feel it. You have to really realize where it's coming from and realize what it's for, because you haven't got anything else to do. Like, you have other things to do to occupy you, but most of us are in a position with a lot of feeling and a lot of thinking. And so that's that's what the moon is all about, which makes sense for all of us, right? Like we were just talking about this. Next one up is Ace of Wands. Or sorry, Swords. Ace of Swords. Um, and this I was saying the other day, I love this depiction because it's really about removing the ego, and removing and like needing to let go of the attachments that we have created between our ego and our current lifestyle, between our ego and our current way of living, our jobs. Um, we need to let go um, of the external things that we've allowed to define us. As you can see, the Ace of Swords, he's not defined by his crown. He's defined by what's inside. He's defined by his brain. And that's each of us. And that's why we need to do that deep soul searching so that we can know, we can define ourselves. We need to be really honest with ourselves in every area of our lives. And we need to start looking for, we need to find those new ideas that are going to allow that opening. We need to remove that ego. We need to start chipping away the layers of artificial exterior crap that we have built up as a facade and as a personality and as who and what we are, because it's all crap. Some of us are like the shell is thinner than others. Um, I wear my shell on my sleeve. But I mean, that's been a lot of work for me the last few years to be able to do that, to be where I'm at. And that's what we're all being asked to do now. I'm still working on it. I'm in no way ever going to be near to being done, and that's fine with me. There's lots of inner work to do. There's lots of ego to remove for everyone, for each of us, whether we want to admit that or not. And if you're feeling annoyed by the talk of ego, or you're feeling like I'm calling you arrogant or anything like that, I'm not. But if that's what you're feeling, then you need to examine where that's coming from. I mean, in church, they talk about if you feel convicted. If you feel that, like, oh, like I'm hit, then pay attention. Why? Why does it hurt you for someone to call you on that? What's the problem? If you're owning your shit, it shouldn't be an issue. So that's one of the ways that the universe has of like letting you know that that's something that's serious, right? Don't ignore it. Don't be pissed off about it. Don't be mad about it. Although that is often our default response. It sets off our fight or flight, and often we want to be mad and run away. That's fine. Work through that and then get to the root, get to the rest of it. This is the Fool, the next card here. We see, again, I love this deck. I feel like this is really like the deck for April. It seemed to be the primary. Stop it. Why won't it focus? Here, maybe if I cover my face. Now? There we go. This is, the Fool is often depicted as somebody kind of like walking off a cliff, taking a leap of faith, things of that nature. And I kind of like this, that she's kind of going forward blindfolded. She's going forward with trust, even though there's a snake as well as a flower. You know what I mean? There is a possibility that things might not go the way that we want, or the way that we currently have attachment to, but we need to be able to step forward. I love that this is like this positive smile. Even though she's blindfolded, she's looking toward the light. We don't know what's coming, but we know which way the light is. We each know which direction our light is, and that's what we need to be doing. Even when we're being blindfolded, even when we are being held in the dark, we each know where our light is supposed to be shining. So we can work in that direction even if we can't see it right now. And so again, I talked about this before about the snake is often depicted as a sign of, evil or bad, but it's often also used as a sign for healing. The right amount of venom can be healing and not harming. And the antidote, I believe, for most venoms lies in the venom itself. So we need to be aware of that. Maybe this isn't what we want right now, but maybe this is healing something that we don't realize. And so we just need to keep our face pointed toward the sun, and keep toward our own sun, and keep, I don't want to say keep smiling or be positive, but to keep moving forward, trusting that the universe is bringing us somewhere better and bringing us closer to our light source. So the devil came up today. Now, it doesn't usually do this, and I like it that it has done it. It came up this way. Or, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, this way, whatever. Um, it came up sideways today, not reversed and not upright. And this is because this is our biggest choice right now. The devil is about entrapment of some kind, often addiction or bad habits. Even if we think that they're good for us, or we think that they're helping us or helping us relax or whatever, we have these. It's about enabling ourselves. It's about leaving ourselves trapped, not doing the work to remove ourselves from those places because it's comfortable to just. It's easier and more comfortable to just remain there with the chains on. And so right now we're talking about we're all feeling trapped. We're all on lockdown, and that's fine. You can choose to be trapped, or you can choose to free yourself. And that's what's coming out in this card today with this horizontal placement. If you want to be trapped, be trapped. But understand that if you're trapped, it's your choice. And so we need to be aware of that. We need to be aware that this is a choice that we are making. There's ways out of every trap. There's fail safes for everything, and each of us knows for ourselves what that can be, or should be, or needs to be. If you need help out of the trap, ask. If you need a helping hand, ask for one. There's strangers on the internet willing to help you. Someone in this chat would probably be willing to help you. There are good people here. Because when you put good into the world, that's what you get. That's what you attract. And that's what we're doing. We're all putting good into the world as best we can. And so this is a fairly major play here, this devil card. I think it's very interesting because we are talking about being trapped in a bit of a physical sense right now, but this is a bigger trap. This is something that's happening, that's been playing out in our own lives, each of us individually in a much more giant way. Each of us is being held back or trapped by something, and right now we have this opportunity to get out of the trap we've been in for a very long time. And so just acknowledge that even though this isn't the way we thought assistance would look, this isn't what we thought our rescue party would look like, this is your opportunity to escape. This is your chance. This is your way out, your way forward. This is an opportunity if you're willing to take it. If you can, maybe it doesn't feel like it. Maybe you feel like it's just something else has kidnapped you, so to speak, and you've got a bag over your head. But, trust that this is a real opportunity for escape. And even if it feels scary right now, start making your plans. Virgos, start making your plans. Because that's what's going to get you out of that fear. That's what's going to get you out of over that hump of, never mind, maybe I'll just stay here. Maybe I'll just, when your captor walks away, are you going to get up and run? Or are you going to keep laying there and hope they pick you up again? Like, this is what I'm talking about. The thing, like, we're having this opportunity now and in the very near future to make some very giant changes, to remove ourselves from some very long-standing issues. So we just need to be aware that that's happening right now, so that we can take full advantage. So the next one here is the Three of Cups. And I think this is a really beautiful card. I like that in this deck it's kind of neutral. You can kind of read this card how you need to read it. There is a little bit of a sign of melancholy to this card, a little bit like these dishes have been stacked up, the party's over. And it is about the end of a cycle. The threes are always about ends of cycles, and you know what? They're about big endings. Usually I talk about the Three of Cups and the three of hearts, or not hearts, swords. And I talk about the threes often as like the first big endings, the first cycle finishes, right? Um, and so and so there's been some big cycle that has taken you until now to be so frustrated with that you want out. And there is a huge amount of emotion surrounding that issue, and that makes perfect sense. But just know that this is the end of that for real. You really can believe it. You really can start to let those positive or those emotions you've been afraid to feel. You can let them start to creep in because you need them. You need to follow those dreams. You need to follow those yearnings into the next phase. You need to start preparing yourself and accepting that this really is an ending, and that we really are moving on from this if we let ourselves. And so the last card here is the Wheel of Fortune. I just love this card again in this deck. So often it's shown with kind of like a bias one way or the other, whereas this one is just, again, kind of a looking up, looking forward. The sky may be cloudy, but it doesn't matter. She's looking toward the future anyway. And so the Wheel of Fortune, I often say, when you get this card, it's a confirmation that you're on the right path, or it's an opportunity to be on the right path. We stay on top of the wheel when we walk our path, when we stand in our truth. And so, she's holding a book. Maybe it's time to stop and check the map. Maybe it's time to stop and educate ourselves about what's next. Maybe it's time to check the stars, check our horoscopes, seek advice from some outside source that we know we can trust, or to do our own research and make our own advice accordingly, before we move on forward from here, and just make sure that we're on the right path. Just make sure that we're walking in the right direction. And so again, the Wheel of Fortune, I really do believe it's a confirmation for those of us that are here that we're on the right path, that we have the right idea. We're going in the right direction. Maybe we need some more information to step fully onto that path, but we're reading the right signs. And so if you've been feeling frustrated or concerned about that, just know that you're in the right place. And just know that the support is going to be there when you ask for it. Again, though, guys, I'm going to say you have to ask for it. You always have to ask for it. You can't expect, if the cost of freedom is asking for help, why is that cost too great? If you would do anything for freedom, why wouldn't you do that? Just saying. All those proud ones out there. Okay, so I need to build a pillow fort. But I need to get a few more things. I was late starting because I was trying to get it set up, but I didn't quite get everything that I needed. So I just need to take a really quick break and run around my house and grab a few things. And then we're going to have a pillow fort. And I'm excited. I have lots of blankets. Did you guys see my post on Instagram? I have. And I actually only brought, you guys should have seen. I'm a massage therapist. I have sheets for days. Literally days. And so I have, the sheets that you see here, I think I have, 6? 2, 4, 6. They're all twin size sheets, which should fit this room fine. Fit this room like it's a bed. And yeah, I felt like 6 pairs would be a good start. Also, you know what else I brought, which no one else uses for their pillow fights or pillow forts? I brought hair elastics because, for starters, they're not being used for anything else right now. Literally bought a fresh pack of hair elastics for my dreads, and then shaved it off because look, they had to go. So anyway, sorry, you could see better if I was on this screen. There you go. There. Is that better? Sorry. Stuffies again. We can totally do readings. I was going to do readings from inside the pillow fort today. So I'm gonna take my quick break and get the rest of the stuff that I need and like whatever else I need to do real quick, and then I'm going to, then what am I gonna do? I'm gonna make my pillow fort, and then I'm gonna do readings in the fort. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what's gonna happen. It's gonna be great. Um, so if you guys are gonna stick around, then yes. Or I mean, take a hike and come back later. Or I mean, I don't mean take a hike. I just mean like feel free to leave anytime you want. I'm gonna be here for a while, so there's really no rush to any of that. But yes, I will be doing readings today. I was gonna offer oracle card readings today, but I absolutely that hurt. Can also do tarot. I don't have Shut down of your internet. Is it working again? I hope it's working again. Because you really need to be here for that. Isn't the cat wonderful? So squishy. Look it. Say hi. She's like, no, snuggle me. Okay, this kind of works. Guys, I took video of her this morning. She's so cute. Because she can't just purr. Like, she does just purr sometimes, her, like, lighter purrs. But usually her purrs are, like, purr, purr, like, I don't know why. But this is how she purrs. It's really funny. And, you're spoiled. Here, maybe if I... Did that work? Nope. Okay, come here. There, look. Kitty head. Every time you, like, I scratch her chest, which she really likes, she starts licking me because she thinks I'm grooming her or something. Hi. Are you spoiled? She's like, yes, when are we going to use all those blankets? Because you put the stuffies on them, so I can't now. And you also took them off the bed where I was sleeping on them before. So, like, what the fuck? Are you falling off? Hi. Hello. Thank you for the visit. She's the funniest little kitten. Oh, my goodness. Also, she has, like, the finest hair. And it gets everywhere instantly. Instantly. Hey? And then she has, like, this hilariously long ear hairs. Hey? Hey? Hilariously long ear hairs. It's a thing. What do you want? Okay. We're going to take a break, Sky. She's a snuggle break? No. Dude, seriously. The cat, it's the face. You know what? Like, anywhere else in my world, fine, whatever. I have a cat. But, like, on my face, only allowed 2. We have a diabetic cat at home and 2 other shop cats plus this one. She's the only house cat. She has to be a house cat. She's too little to be outside. And she still has tummy aches all the time. Yes, hi, thank you. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, she's gonna start squeaking. Is she gonna start squeaking? This is her favorite. As Eric discovered. She likes you to, like, pet her so hard that it, like, wiggles her chin. It's so funny. Okay, we're gonna take a break. Oh, I'm gonna blow my nose. Get rid of the cat hair. She looks so annoyed with me. And then I'm gonna build a pillow fort. So guys, just give me a few minutes to defur myself. And I'll be right back. Oh no. Okay, that took longer than expected. I had to get some things, like my mug. Look at how cute this mug is, guys. M's69 gave me this mug, and I can't make it show good, but it's like so beautiful. There, look. See the little unicorn? It's so cute. Anyway, I eat my ice cream out of a mug because if I don't, I'll eat all of it. It's truth. True story. Unimug! Isn't it amazing? Oh my god. She also got me leggings that have like a robot T-Rex and a unicorn with laser beams like fighting on the opposite legs. It's amazing. But I don't go out very much or anywhere, so I've only worn them out once because I'm scared I'm going to ruin them because they're just so cool. She always gets me the best stuff. Okay, so I'm going to start my pillow fort, and I'm excited, you guys, because you probably don't want to see the ceiling quite so much. That's probably less useful for you. I'm excited because I have, do you see the bright green stuff? I had, unbeknownst or unremembered by me, I had done an event where I went and read tarot at this event, and I had set up the whole room like a gypsy tent, and I had it like all black light, like modern day soothsayer kind of vibe. It was so fun. And so I have these fabrics that I purchased, and so I think I can actually cut them. One of them is way too big, so I'll be able to actually cut it and get like several pieces, so I might not even use the sheets because this material is nice and light, but it's totally perfect for what I'm doing. So for those of you who are playing along at home, I have filled empty wine bottles. Don't judge me. I have filled, oh my gosh, that sounds great, Druid. I need pictures, please. I filled empty wine bottles with just water, just for anchors, just for something to weigh down fabric. My space is very well suited for this, actually, because I have things on all sides. So this should actually be fairly easy for me. I guess we'll see. So I'm just gonna I have like a bunch of chairs and blankets and stuff. So I think I'm gonna set up like the floor first, and then I'm going to start putting the upper stuff on. I have all the stuff moved forward on my desk, which is why I'm sitting weird, so that I can bring it down so that you can be in the fort with me. It should be sweet. Okay, so I think first things first, I have to figure out how high I want this to be. I think like to here would be good because then that makes sense with stuff. I wonder how stable this monitor is. Things you shouldn't be saying. Okay, all right. Let's move this over here. Okay, guys. It's happening. Maybe it will actually stay there because it's on the correct side of the room. Maybe it will not. Hard to say. Jam it under the corner of the desk. Okay. All right, kitten, you're not helping. If you're not helping, you gotta go. So let's put this up here for a sec. And the teddies can go. Where are the teddies gonna go? Oh, I know. Look at that. I'm a genius. Okay, and so this is where the elastics are gonna come in. Is you can tie the front, like the fabric to stuff. I promise. It makes sense later. That goes over there. Okay. Base layer. Oh, I don't need a pet bed in here right now. Good thing I left the door open. Actually, I brought all the stuff in and then couldn't close the door, so that's what happened there. Okay, so I have duvets for the bottom layer because I want it to be nice and squishy and comfy because I'm old. And then I have I don't know if you guys can see them. This is my duvet off my bed. And it has like a giant full moon on it. And it makes me really happy. There. Okay. So this can't possibly go wrong. There's nothing that could possibly go wrong in this scenario at all ever. Okay. And then I have a Star Wars fleece blanket, so I don't get my other blanket yucky. This is one of my favorite blankets in the whole world. Can you tell I'm a nester? And then I have a green blanket in case I need an extra blanket, and I have a red blanket in case I need an extra blanket, because you might need extra blankets, guys. And then I have pillows. All the pillows. And now the stuffies. This is going to be amazing. I'm so pumped. Can you guys see okay? Let me know if you want me to move the cam. There we go. Okay, so that goes there. I'm going to turn this around. Ooh, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm going to use it like a shelf. That can go over there. This is, here, you can have this one. I'm just putting a blanket on the cat. It's fine. And now the real challenge. Okay. So I want this one. See how giant these are? This is why I think I will have to cut them. Possibly too giant. Is that a thing when you're talking about like epic green fabric? Okay, where do I put the scissors? Okay, just checking. Alright, hair elastics. Time to be useful. I know, it's wasting. I have like too much of it almost. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to tie this to the other arm so that it will be anchored over here since I have so much fabric. I'm going to anchor that. Kitten. I wish you guys could see the cat. I don't know if you can see the cat. You can't see the cat. That's disappointing. Here, you can just watch my ankles for a while so that you can see the kitten. She's helping. So it's going to be the middle. That's the problem. I need another chair somewhere, maybe. Hey, if you pull it down already, it's going to be really annoying. Like, we just started, man. So I think we're going to, hey, bring this over to here. And I think I'm going to, oh, lost the camera. I'll fix it in a sec, guys. Probably time to move the camera into the fort anyway. I won't have the card cam today. Ah! Oh no! Hey! Be nice. That's my toe you're attacking. I can't see, so I don't know if you guys can see me. Okay. How is this working? Is this enjoyable or is it ridiculous? Oops. I don't know. This is going to be my problem, is seeing the chat. This is going to be the challenge. How am I going to see the chat? Because I thought I was going to have this up higher. Like, I thought this was going to work better. Maybe I will... Hi. I don't know if you guys can see the kitten. Look it. She's trying to find a way to tear all this down because that's what kittens do. Okay, let me see if I can fix all this again. I did not think about how to see chat. I thought that I would be able to see better. Maybe I will have to abandon this part of the idea and move this into the back so I will still have like an awning. Sad face. The kitten is attacking my feet. This is a problem. I'm just waiting to see if she's going to try and get me again. I'm still here, I swear. I'm just trying to make this, like, functional. Thank God for elastics. Okay, so this is the upper part of my tent. What do you think? So far, so good. She's gonna drive me nuts, I can tell already. Okay, I'm gonna see about getting the rest of this tent happening. Let's see if I can put this somewhere that's useful. That's not useful. It's important to have someone to guard your tent for you. So, Sky volunteers, apparently. Okay, now I need the pink piece, I think. This is going to be interesting. Okay. Pink one. Well. Ooh. Where did all my elastics go? Didn't I have some down here? Over here? Anywhere? Well, I'll just get more elastics. Oh, here they are. I'm telling you guys, elastics. Best fort making tools ever. Okay, and like, where are the scissors? Because I think I really actually will need them this time. Of course. There. Okay, I'm gonna cut that right here. Well, that didn't work. Usually things will rip on the path that you start them on, but I guess not this stuff. Although this stuff was like $2 a meter, so I guess I can't really expect too much of it, can I? There we go. As long as I don't sit on the scissors, we should all be fine. Okay. Oops. No. Kitten. Ouch. Go away. You're ruining my sleepover. You're like the pesky brother. Or sister, as the case may be. It was a sister in my house. What is your deal, man? Oh, she stole one of my elastics. Hey, watch this. Look. Look over there. See? Look at that one. She's like, oh my gosh, the blanket's moved. You have to, like, see? Look it. See right here? Cats and hair elastics, man. How are we doing with our fort here, guys? Other than having our elastics stolen. That might hold. Now where's the rest of my elastics go, since she scattered them all over? I don't know if you guys realize this, but my kitten is extremely naughty. I mean, you probably realize by now. Oh no. Nope. I need a clip or something. Well, this is pretty good so far. What do you guys think of my fort? Hey, stop that. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna kick the cat out in a minute. Now, I need something to hold up that corner. I see you over there, little miscreant. She's like, what? I'm just chilling, just hanging out. Look. Not doing movement under the blankets. I guess you could still see it. What, now you don't want it? You're just gonna play casual? And dives it deeper under the blanket. Okay, you out. Where she immediately sticks it under the dog bed. I love my kitten, guys, but I can't speak for her mental abilities or lack thereof. I mean, I can speak more to her lack of than her having of. I don't know how to put the camera. She is so cute, which is like why she still lives here. She would like to sleep probably in the bedroom with me, but she attacks. She attacks my blankets and my feet and everything, while we're supposed to be sleeping, and she's just kind of a giant pain in the ass. I mean, I love her, but how's this sound? I'm like a little distance from the mic now. I can kind of like point it more in my direction, but I don't know if that's super useful. I'm wanting to build this all the way up so I can sit more at the back, but it's gonna take me another minute if you guys don't mind. Otherwise, I'm like all day. Although this has been super enjoyable and entertaining so far. Despite the kitten. Okay, so I need like, I had tape, but I don't really want to use tape. What I really want is like a clip or something. I had one, but the cat stole it. Shocker. I might have to leave the room, guys, but I will be right back. Hey, don't you be near my ukulele. That cat. Okay, let me see what I can do to rig this up. I should have just left the pink thing, and then it would have been long enough to tie it to other stuff. Oh well, live and learn. C'est la vie. I gave you a hair elastic. I gave you all the things you could have wanted, and you're still here pestering me. Why is that? Oh no. Now I think. Oh, just what you needed. More excuses for tapping your feet. Oh, elastics. Wherefore art thou, elastics? Oh, scissors. Gotta stay on top of that. Need more elastics. Dude, honestly, I do need a cat wrangler. Hi, John. How's it going? How are the things? Oh, look at that. Oh, pack. You can have this one. I don't like that one. Oof. What the? Well, that didn't work. So much for my trusty anchor. Sorry, I'm not talking because I'm concentrating really hard on how to not mess this up. But I think I'm getting there. Dun dun dun! I wish I could show you all the things that I am like putting elastics on, like fabric, to make it into my tent. I think you guys would think I'm crazier than you already think I am, which is probably not saying much. No. I mean, this is pretty good. Considering I haven't built a fort in like 100 years. I don't know how much of my fort you guys can see. She is absolutely not helping, just for the record. In case anyone was curious, the kitten's not helping. I wish you guys could see what I'm doing, but the cord I don't think is long enough. Or maybe it's just stuck on something. I have a, wow, that's one way of dealing with it. I have a salt rock lamp. That I want to bring in here because it makes it nice. Oh, this is quite long actually. Sorry guys, you're probably looking at like my butt or something. Hopefully I did not break the bulb doing that. The moment of truth. I busted it. Or it came unplugged. Hard to say. Busted. Okay, so I need another bulb. And I need to do some stuff, obviously, to get that back corner fixed up. So I'm going to put it on BRB for a couple minutes so you guys can get settled in. If you're making a blanket fort for yourself today, I require pictures, just so you know. I need to see that shit. So I'm just going to do the BRB screen for a bit so you don't have to watch me evict the kitten. I'm going to run and find another bulb. And I will be back in moments. Moments. Lame, says FTG Room Crafting, who's so helpful. You can wait. I mean, you're not going anywhere. I know you're not. So. Okay, Druid, that's fair. I know you always have to tap out around 1 in the morning, which is so valid. Not all of us can be insane night owls, and also you shouldn't have to be. Yes, the video will be up on Twitch, I believe. Just so you know, I always record it separately, and then sometimes I'm a day or two late because of just like my timing and stuff, but I do post the whole thing on YouTube. So if you miss it, or if Twitch has certain parts that are not available because of buffering or something, you can check that stuff out on YouTube too if you prefer. Also, maybe better for scrolling through if you're trying to skip stuff, but I don't know. Anyway, so I'm going to be right back, and I will hopefully be able to salvage my fort enough to do readings in it. Yay! I'm back. Hopefully this will be functional. So I found light bulbs. So the lamp that I have, you can pick what color it is, which is really nice, actually. And I was wondering if you guys wanted to help me pick. We can choose from, like, just regular light, like just like a white light bulb. Or we can have, as far as I know, these all work. Blue, or I think it's orange, or yellow. I have a bunch of clear ones. What do you guys think? White, red, yellow, or blue, I guess? Oops, that's not helping you. How's that? Everybody pick something! What kind of energy do we want to invite today? I'm doing like a tarot / chakra challenge for April on Instagram, and it's and we're doing sacral chakra right now, I believe. No. Now I feel dumb because now I can't remember. I feel like it's sacral because we were talking about root and security, and let me see. Let me just do all this stuff. I was trying to find whether it was sacral or whatever, and I pushed the wrong button. I got lost in my phone. You guys know how that goes. Okay, let's see. Yes, we are doing sacral. Sorry. And so, maybe, yellow is good, or orange. I mean, depending how you view that one. What do you guys think? No opinions? Maybe everyone left when I was building the fort, which is super fair. How about, I'm gonna pick, maybe I just want a normal color coin. Maybe I just want whatever. Maybe I don't want to bias it. There we go. Let's see if this one works better. You're still there? Well, I mean, but you don't have an opinion? Yay! Look. It's like a glowing rock. Isn't it beautiful? Who wouldn't want a glowing rock in their fort? I mean, I know I want one. Where can I put it that you guys can also enjoy? Put it there. How's that? I wonder if I can reach it. I wonder if it'll sit up here. There we go. Can you guys? Nope. Son of a gun. I thought this was the chair that I could see. Nope. It's on the other side of the room. So I'll put it here by the stuffies. You guys can see it in the corner. Oh, yeah. Hopefully I have my mic on and everything, so I don't know why. And you know what? Sometimes it's Twitch. Sometimes it's just the connection. Yeah. So it counts as 2 viewers. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I hope you're not listening to me in stereo. That would probably be a little much. I mean, I know I wouldn't be able to handle 2 of me. put the broken bulb in with the good bulbs. Oh, here it is. What happened to the other clear one that I had? Did I put that back? Oh no! Am I sitting on a glass bulb somewhere? Hey Em, welcome back! Oh, there it is. Maybe that's it? I had a couple in here. Oh no! Oh, I really hope I don't find that the hard way, if you know what I'm saying. Because when I was moving around to get the lamp set up, maybe it rolled. Oh well, I guess I will find out. One way or the other. Okay, so now that I have my fort set up. Oh yeah, it really depends on the connection. I notice that when people are chatting in stream, like, people will say something and I'm like already like way off on something else and I'm like, what are they talking about? I don't remember saying that, or I don't remember talking about that, or whatever. Nope, I can't find it. Okay, so I can't see what you guys can see if I sit back here. My teddy. Have you guys met all my teddy bears? I have Sally. This is a Build-A-Bear. She's wearing a cool Star Wars shirt. She's amazing. I just got this one, and then with my daughter when we went to Edmonton not long ago, which I'm so grateful that we got to do that trip, because we try to do it every year, and it sounds like we're not going to get to do it this year. Can you guys imagine the West Side right now? This is the Wonder Woman kitty cat. Kitty cat. So you can see she even has the little Wonder Woman emblem on her tummy, chest, whatever. But they always end up in tutus with me. I don't know why. I don't know what my deal is, man. I don't know. And then I have a little unicorn that somebody gave me. Somebody, maybe, is here. Just saying. I like this unicorn. And then, this is my teddy bear, Big Bear, and I've had him since I was tiny. Like, maybe even since I was born, but that seems dramatic. But maybe actually. He was, like, one of my first teddy bears. So he's here. Like, all the stuffies. And then, I think we have to call him, like, Froggert or something. I just got him also, and he was obviously the Build-A-Bear Easter line. Also, happy that I got him before everything closed down, because I wouldn't have been able to now. And we don't have the Build-A-Bear anymore in Saskatoon, and so this is obviously normally where, like, the little, like, ears would go on the bears, but it looks so cute with his little eyeballs poking out. So he's here. I have my ukulele in here because I play ukulele often for comfort, although it is not tuned. And playing it right now would not be comforting. It would make you hate me. So we're not going to do that. And then this is Sparkles. Literally, I named her Sparkles. And she has sparkles all through her fur. I don't know if you can see, but it's amazing. Sparkle, 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 sparkle. Also Star Wars shirt. I don't know why I made the match. I don't always, but I got them one day apart because there was this crazy sale at Build-A-Bear, and I was just like trying to like make some memories with my kid, and we hadn't been able to do it in a long time. So yeah, that's what we did. So we have like all the stuffies, and I have all the blankets and like all the things. So we'll see how long my old bones can handle it. Just gonna like snuggle up. No, I'm kidding. I'm going to put this in front, actually, for a tarot reading. Tarot and card reading. I don't know how much you guys can see of me at this point, so I can kind of see the chat. Party animal. Oh, my goodness. That's, like, the cutest. That's the best thing. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm going to have some ice cream. I bought this before the end of the world. I've been saving it for something special, and if this isn't special, guys, I don't know what it is. I have vegan chocolate ice cream, which means no dairy for me, who does not get along with dairy products. from Marble Slab. If you're not Canadian, I don't know. I don't know where Marble Slab originated. I know we have them here. I don't know if they have them, or where else they have them, I should say. It seems like a very, it doesn't seem like it would have originated here because it's, I mean, to be honest, I mean, we love ice cream, but I don't think we're out inventing it. Always making a mess. You also have a present for me. I should be concerned. Shove my mouth full of ice cream. Don't even care. Not even mad. I don't suppose that Tatiana or Good Thumbs is here, are they? Or Miss Sin? Or Isabella? I have 4 people on the list for readings. I'm kind of waiting for the chat to catch up because I'm pretty sure there's a pretty decent lag right now. Because I asked a question and nothing's happening, so I don't know. Hard to say. So my guinea pig, I've accidentally taught her to squeak every time I crinkle a bag. They're very smart little creatures. I encourage all of you to think highly of them. They're very intelligent. You should want ice cream. Ice cream's wonderful. Excuse me. Well, I do have quite the sweet tooth. I always want chips with my ice cream, so I have chips here also. And chocolate and all the things. Because remember, I said today was going to be all the fun, all the comforting stuff. I might even tune my ukulele. Did I say unicorns? She's a guinea pig. But unicorns are also highly intelligent. Just saying. My poor ukulele is so out of tune, it hurts my ears. But I need to fix it. Maybe not right this second. But, you know. In general. Maybe I can put my ice cream up here. Ooh. Okay. So I want to have this spread out so I can see the cards clearly. It's beautiful, deep red. I don't know about you guys, but reds have to be a certain kind of red. I'm really picky about my reds. And, heaven forbid it be, Man United red. You can't have sugar or dairy, but you can eat a huge bag of chips. I mean, I guess all I can say about that is, be grateful for what you got. I have difficulty, gluten, soy, dairy, corn is the big one, the hard one. Anything like MSG or strawberries get me, and cucumber gets me, and cabbage of any kind. Kale hates me. There's you can ask the other girls. There's so many, and Jonathan. There's so many things I just can't or don't eat. Everyone's always like, "Why don't you come for dinner?" And I'm like, "Yeah, about that." And so it's always this challenge, right? I'm totally gonna crinkle this and open this giant bag of chips and have no guilt or remorse about it because I'm being a kid. And if I were a kid, I wouldn't have guilt or remorse about it. I'd be pumped and just go hard. Do you hear her? She is so spoiled. And then I succumb because she's so cute. So, like, every time she squeaks, she gets something. So then I'm just, like, reinforcing the training, right? Technically, I probably shouldn't eat chips. Often they have vegetable oil, which is mostly corn, so then I don't. I try to buy the cheaper brands because they use, like, safflower oil or something like that. Giving up on trying to feed me is the only correct response. I don't expect anyone to attempt to feed me. It's just such a pain in the ass. And my friends all try to be nice to me, and they're like, "Oh, look, I made homemade burgers," and I'm like, they have wheat crumbs in them, and they're like, "Well, yeah, never mind." I made gluten-free cookies. Oh yeah, what kind of flours were in them? Oh yeah, I can't have that one. Sorry, never mind. Like, everyone's so wonderful to me, and I suck. I'm sorry. So I don't think that anyone that's on the list for reading is actually here. So, is there anyone here that wants a reading? Now, I didn't manage to get my cards back. Not back. I mean, I didn't get my cards from my partner's house. Yes, Hermit. We have to be so careful about the things that we get from our families, right? I mean, like, health things and hereditary stuff, you always got to pay attention to what's coming down the line, you know? Eric needs a reading, definitely. And I don't mind doing that. Does he have a preference, Eric? Eric, do you have a preference about, would you rather have oracle card readings? Or, no, the Norse set. I don't have the Norse set, but I have runes. I understand the only eating certain things issue. A lot of people have like texture issues, right? Like if the food is a different texture. So I know I've been waiting to do a reading for Eric for a long time. So does he have a preference about tarot or oracle or whatever? I don't. The Norse set is in the box. So I had, as you guys know, I had like given up my business recently, and so most of my stuff is in, or not most, but a good portion of my stuff is in a box in David's somewhere. The runes will work. Okay, cool. So I think I'll do the cards first and the runes after, if that's okay, Jonathan. I'll set up separate for them. I mean, you did make them, and they will work. They do work. I used them yesterday. Did you see in my post? I used them for my daily reading. I was having a hard time centering yesterday. I always do my reading, or I've been doing it lately at the end of the day. I used to always do tarot. First I did oracle cards, then I did tarot. Nothing really resonated, and I realized that it's because I was trying to stuff myself into a box and make myself do a tarot reading every day, and like that doesn't necessarily work. I love to come on here and do like a collective reading, for whoever here needs to hear it. But like to just put it out in the universe, I feel like it's too narrow of a message, and so anyway, it's too narrow of a focus, I should say. And so anyway, so I've been doing them lately, and I used the runes last night when I was doing my message. Often I've just been channeling them lately, which has been working really well for me, but I was having a hard time focusing. The runes that Jonathan made me, if anyone needs runes or wants runes or knows someone that wants runes, FTG Runecrafting on Instagram is where Jonathan shows his wares, and you can also direct message him there. If you're interested in a set, custom or otherwise, he does amazing Norse-based jewelry and runes, and yeah. Yeah, exactly, Hermit. It just felt like I said this yesterday, and so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna put something out there every day. I feel like there's always the things that I'm repeating to my friends all day every day, and so I decided that I would just put that out there. That I wanted to have something out there every day because I know someone's always looking for something. But yeah, I've stopped trying to force myself to do things a certain way.
You know what? It doesn't have to be a tarot reading every day. It doesn't have to be an astrology reading every day. It can be whatever you're feeling that day, right? And even if you use the tarot deck every day, to just do it more like a different way, your own way. You know what I mean? Like to make it not feel so much like someone else's box, like you're trying to run someone else's circus, right? That's really my big thing. Um, I really that's I just want it to feel authentic. And as soon as it stops feeling authentic for me, I don't really want to do it anymore. You know what I mean? You'll see I try things out and then I'm like, nope, that doesn't feel right. As I'm sure we all do. This is going to be the year of trying things out, and luckily we get to do that from the relative. Most of us get to do that from the relative safety of home. So he'll make an executive decision for him since he doesn't know the difference. Well, that's very nice. I do find that the I meant that in a nice way. I do find that the tarot is kind of nice and broad, so it's good reading. But I find sometimes for people that are coming at this from more of a new agey or often coming out of Christianity, starting with the tarot deck is too heavy, so you've got to. That's what I have so many oracle decks for. Yes, right, Hermit. And that's what I was running into. I think it's funny that you're saying that because I've just recently found like a box like aesthetic that I enjoy with my little unicorns up, and that's what I was talking about. I feel as much as I find that if it's draining, don't do it. If it's draining, it's not for you. The people that need to find you are going to find you. But I feel like I put mine up every day. I feel like I'm supposed to, so I do. I feel like I'm supposed to have some like quickie out there. Do you know what I mean? Because some people just don't. Some people need that that quick message, right? Changes all the time is perfect. Changes all the time is great. There's nothing wrong with that. Do with like I said, you don't have to shine the same color every day. Whoever said that? Who said that you had to pick one light bulb? I have like 4 just for my lamp. Why should we have to pick one color to shine every single day for the rest of our lives? Seems boring. But I do try to have that out there for those that need it, who are those that are dipping their toe in. Because I feel like each of us has our own kind of, role or job or whatever, and that I feel like that is part of mine. So. Wow. So I just grabbed the Tattoo Tarot. I've been using it a lot lately. It feels like the April deck. I think because it's just so, I want to use the word stark. Oh, he's not going to like that. Let me just see what I got happening here before I get off too much on a tangent. I don't know what order those ones go in, but they clearly go together. This goes over here. This goes over here. Oh, good. I don't know what order these go in. That's frustrating. Aww. Okay, I figured out the order. I'm like, this doesn't feel right. Something's missing. There we go. I got it now. I mean, I think those two are technically like one card. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're getting a lot of that today, too. This has been happening more and more lately. This catch, this like sticking instead of falling out, and it's a little bit irritating. That makes sense. Let me see if that's right. That's a big reading, Eric. Obviously, you're behind. Like, when I see so many cards come out all at once, I'm just like, yo, when's the last time you checked in? I mean, I'm just asking out of curiosity. Because I don't usually pull 11 cards for someone. I mean, I often pull 11 cards for like myself or for like more complex reads, but for like a newbie general reading, And by newbie, I mean someone who doesn't even know his preference as far as cards, which is fine, which is totally okay. That's totally all right. Then yeah, never. Never makes sense. 11 cards. Do we know Eric's life path number? Somebody? Anybody? Bueller? Bueller? So, I feel like Emma is going to laugh when I start reading these cards. Aw, Hermit, that's amazing and wonderful. I'm so grateful to be here to create this space, and this is totally what I want. I want everyone to just, that's why I'm going to be 6 days a week. I just want everyone, like, even if you stop in for the daily reading at 3, like, it gives us, a place that we can go to be safe and to be ourselves every day, even if it's only for a few minutes, even if you can just stop in, and it's just, I just want to put that love out there, and I want you guys to feel that stability while we're all sitting in our eggs building our foundations, right? And so how do you figure what out again, Emma? Because I don't know what the original question was, even if I hadn't been prattling on, or Eric or whoever. How do you figure that out again? I think that Emma's gonna laugh at this reading. Now, those of you that have been around this week are also probably gonna laugh at this reading, because Eric hasn't had the opportunity to hear these messages, and so it's kind of like the whole week of cards, in a way, is in here. Oh yeah, his life numbers. So you have to add his day of birth, his month of birth, and his year of birth, all the numbers, until you come down to either a single digit or 11, 22, or 33. Those are special numbers, and they have special meaning, and so you don't reduce them. So I don't remember his exact birthday. I feel like it's May 24th or something. But yeah, so it'd be like, for example, if it was May 24th, it would be like 0, 5, right? So 5 plus 2 plus 4 plus 1 plus 9 plus 8 plus whatever. 1986? Does that sound right? I don't know. 82. Dude, I'm so good. Okay. So 1 plus 9 and 8 plus 2. So that's the same year as me. And so it works out to 20, which works out to 2. No matter how you add it up. Life path 11. There we go. That's what we're talking about. So 2 plus 4 is 6, plus 5 is 11, plus 1, 12, plus 9, 21, plus 8, 29, plus 2, 31. So 3 plus 1 is 4. So life path 4. So he's foundations. Ooh, okay. So foundation number. So, oh, wow. So 22 is a foundation year. 2020 is a foundation year because the twos, obviously. So it's a 4 year. And so this is going to be like a really big year for Eric. This is a year that any person who's already a 4, this is going to be a year where they're really kind of finding their stride. This is a year they can really make a lot of progress in their foundations and in their life path purpose. So to speak, it's kind of like hitting a speed bump because, excuse me, it's like the universal numerology is aligning with your personal numerology. Someone's welcome to check if I did that math right. Anybody at all. I don't mind. I was concerned that I was adding up my numbers wrong, and so I added them up like literally 12 different ways before I realized that no matter what you do, you get the same answer. But I just had to check. So, anyway. So the first card in the whole reading is the 8 of Wands reversed. The 8 of Wands reversed is frustrated. The 8 of Wands reverse is not being able to take action or feeling like you can't take action. And so this is possibly with the pandemic, people are feeling stuck and frustrated. They're used to being able. You can hear my guinea pig because I moved the chip bag. She's like, hello, hello. I like treats too. Um, uh, Eight of Wands upright is all about action and all about taking action to move forward on your life path. Eight of Wands reversed in this reading is all about feeling stuck and not being able to do that, feeling like you're supposed to be doing something that you can't, or like maybe not feeling like you're supposed to be doing something but you don't know what to do, right? Yeah, we're only on the first card. So buckle up, bitch. Um, the Three of Wands is the next card in the reading, and so we're seeing these wands coming up immediately, right away. And this is all, as I've said to people before, this is about life path stuff. This is about spirituality. This is about where our soul is going. Where are we going through all of our lifetimes, not just this one. And and as much as we need to be careful not to forget that we are a soul beyond this one lifetime, we also need to not get caught up in that, and we need to make sure that we're fulfilling, each lifetime's purpose for its own purpose. So the Three of Wands shows a cycle ending, looking toward a new horizon. You might not know what's on that horizon yet. Um, the end is happening right now, and this is difficult for a lot of people. People are feeling, with all of this shift that's happening globally, people are feeling a loss in their self identity. People are grieving the lifestyle or the normalcy that they had before, and this is a hard way to come to the end of this cycle. Um, but but there is this bright light on the horizon. There is this new hope in the distance. Um, this is very much about um, not knowing where you're going, and feeling like you would really prefer if you could just like know what country you're going to, so you could research and make sure you can speak the language when you get there and stuff. And that's fine. You're allowed to want that, and you're allowed to think that, but but attachment to that is going to cause you disappointment later. We don't normally get to pick where we go in this life. In a in We don't get to see what's coming minute for minute, day for day is what I mean. We don't get to have that heads up usually. We need to pay attention to what we need to be doing on this life path. And as long as we're getting our boxes checked off, then we will know that we're being brought the right things. So the next one here is about the Page of Pentacles. Now, these are the two that I was stressed that I couldn't decide what order they belonged in, and I realized they actually belong together. And so the Page of Pentacles and the Two of Pentacles here, this is something we've been talking about all week, and this is all about our resources. This is about balancing our resources, and about new resources or new ideas about resources. And so this is something we've been talking about. We need to stop. We need to stop thinking of money as our primary resource, and more importantly than that, we need to stop thinking of money, or the way that we make money, is the primary defining thing about ourselves. We need to realize that who we are and what we are is external from our occupation, is external from our routine, is external from our habits. Those things are all expressions of who maybe part of us is, but no job can be everything that you are. No one thing can define what we are. And so um, we need to stop having such an unbalanced view of resources. We need to stop thinking that money is the be all end all. Most of us do. Some other people put all of their stock in one specific resource. Love is a resource. Support is a resource. Some people will do anything for love because they're terrified to be without it. They're terrified they won't have enough. That is too much focus on one resource. That is a lack mentality, and that is something that leads us down dark paths. When we allow that kind of fear into our lives, we allow that kind of stress into our lives, we really disservice ourselves and hinder our growth. And so the Page of Pentacles, as you can see, this is interesting because it's about new resources, but you can see these new resources, quote unquote, are growing out of old things. They're not brand new resources someone's handing you. They're not new resources you've never seen before. This is about opening your eyes and looking to what can grow out of your existing life and your existing skills. If you are feeling stressed about resources, financially or otherwise, you need to start ascertaining where you can brush up on some of those old skills in order to, or those old talents, or those things that you've put aside because of self confidence issues or insecurity issues. We all have those. You know, the inner artist or the inner photographer or the inner musician or the inner dancer. All of us have our own secret thing that we're not expressing, that it's a way of expressing that we're not sharing with the world because it makes us vulnerable. And so this is something that's coming out of old interests. This is resources, be those resources financial or otherwise, be it a sense of support, be it a sense of something to do, be it just some direction or some focus. It's really about accessing all of your resources and all of your skills and finding balance in your mentality about resources and about how you acquire and use them. That's what we've been talking about quite a lot this week. Anyone that's here, who's been here most days, can attest to that. And it's something that's been a theme all week. Um, we are globally being forced to have new perspectives one way or another, and this is how it's manifesting for a lot of us. A lot of us are having insecurity about resources, not just money, not just money. A lot of people are having insecurities about where they're going to get love, where they're going to get support. It's difficult to be cut off from our families. Extroverts are really struggling right now. And that's another reason we need to have things like this stream where we can interact with each other, almost on the daily without being out there where we're endangering others or endangering ourselves. And so this is a difficult time for a lot of people. But I've been saying again all week, as I come into the next card here, the four of swords, I believe. Yes, four. Sorry, I'm like, what the heck? The Four of Swords. This is all about departures from old ideas in order to come into these new ideas. And so I love that this is kind of, you see how his head is like kind of sliced open. This is all about what we've been repressing, right? So this is all about this pandemic, this thing that's happening right now. This is slicing all our heads open. Everybody is being forced to see themselves and see their world in a new way. We're being forced to realize how much repression we've done, how much repression we've done of ourselves and of others. We are repressing our inner creative forces, and with the awakening of the divine feminine, it is no wonder that we are all feeling these creative juices flowing and these pushes toward interests or skills that maybe we have not pursued before, and now we almost have to. We almost have to, so we don't go crazy. We almost have to because only in doing the things that light us up can we truly know how bright we shine. And so we need to release those old ideas that those things are not okay or that they're bad. We need to release the idea that activities are only worth pursuing, interests are only worth pursuing, skills are only worth pursuing if they make us money. And we need to start pursuing the things that are giving us other support and other resources. We need to really change our minds about that, and we really need to start. Instead of overthinking, we need to start moving to a model where we allow feeling to be part of our thought process. And that's what we're really talking about with the fours. Those, again, fours are coming up, those foundations. It's about building a new thought process and building a new idea of how you're going to move forward from here. You've already done lots. You've already come far. But you really need to plan this next move carefully. You really need to make sure that you are not repressing any of your needs or not repressing any of your skills at this time. Don't hide your light. Don't be afraid to shine, because that's, I've been saying again all week, this is what we need everyone to do right now, is to be shining. And so the King of Pentacles is next in line. The King of Pentacles is a man who's very careful with his resources and careful with his money. Somebody that is very cautious with their finances. This is a good warning for all of us right now, but this especially applies. We don't know how long this is going to be, this pandemic. It's always good to be cautious with our resources. It's good to be conservative, especially when we aren't sure how this is all going to pan out going forward. Um, but this is a reminder that, I mean, you've already put in a lot of that work. You need to manage what you have carefully, and you need to cultivate new things. Notice how he is protecting the resources he already has. I'm not saying that what you've done so far is valueless. I'm not saying it is not good. I'm saying now is the time to cultivate new things. You see the things growing around him, and the green in his crown, and that is all about the new things that he is also cultivating. You see that as much as he is holding on to that pentacle, you don't see where his other hand is, and you see that he has surrounded himself with all these other new resources that are growing. So the next card here is the sun. The sun is the most positive sign, the most positive card in the entire zodiac. The sun shines on the entire reading, and um, everything that is negative is tempered with this hope and this light. But more than that, what you can get from this is the sun is trying to shine to illuminate the shadows for you. And so these are areas of your life that you haven't examined in a long time. These are areas of your life that you've been neglecting, or that you've been um, hiding intentionally because of the opinions of others, or because of insecurity or personal fear. And it's time to step out in the sun. It's time to stop being afraid. In that way, it's time to let yourself go of that fear. Our shadow sides need to no longer be our shadow sides. There shouldn't be a part of ourselves that we feel that we need to hide. And if you can't be all of yourself, you need to ask yourself why, and you need to put yourself, you need to find what support and resources you're going to need to put yourself in that position. And so that's something to really, really consider right now. The tower is the next card, and that's why I was laughing at when I was pulling the cards, because no one wants the tower card except me. I mean, I don't want the tower card. I just live in the tower, so like whatevs. But the tower is here. The tower is the next card in the reading, because this is, again, this is what's happening to everybody right now. We're all having our towers crashed. We're all having our world brought down, and we're being brought to our knees in different ways. I said it before and I'll say it again. Each of us came into this crazy world, global thing that's happening right now in different ways. Each of us came from a different place, from a different situation, from a different perspective. And those of us that were really buried in our jobs and our lifestyles are having problems. Absolutely. So don't feel like you're alone in that, and don't feel like you're needing to. Don't try and hold up the crumbling tower. You're just going to get hurt. Don't try and keep it going. Just let it crumble. Let it fall. It's okay. You're safe. You're going to be okay. And just make sure, just let it fall around you, and then you can rebuild. Don't try and stop it. Don't try and dig your heels in. Look deep inside and do the work. And that's what's going to keep you safe, and that's what's going to protect you, is your own power. What you need to realize is you don't need your tower. You don't need your security. You don't need your security blanket. That's all it is a security blanket. That's all physical means are. Because at the end of the day, any of us can have a tower. Any of us can have things crashing down. And if we don't have that strength inside, and we're not shining that power from internal, then that's when we really feel the external effects. If we're standing in our own strength, you could walk us through 100 towers, and it doesn't matter. You're going to come out unscathed. So if you're finding the tower crashing really difficult right now, examine which parts of you it's hurting the most. Examine whether that's an ego thing, or whether that's a fear of losing your self-identity, because you've wrapped your self-identity up in all of these external things. And don't be afraid to let those things go, at least in the short term. Don't be afraid to just let it crash, and decide as you're rebuilding what is valuable to you and what you need to keep and move and have moving forward. So the next card here is the Ten of Cups. Beautiful card, especially in this deck. I can't tell you how much I love this one. This is all about seeing, the treasure at the end of the rainbow, so to speak. This is all about looking to the future. The Ten of Cups especially is about emotions and about conclusions, is about reaping what you've sown. and about getting what you deserve in an emotional sense, getting that conclusion and that completion, but having all the things that you desire, being able to fully express and fully stand in all of your emotions, to be able to sip from many of those cups, so to speak. That's true happiness. That's true control. To be your full self, to be able to choose what cup you drink from every day, and that's what's being promised here. That's what's being that's one of the things that's on offer if you're able to do the work here. That's one of the things that's on offer. Maybe it's not going to be a tower. Maybe it's going to be a house in the country, or maybe it's going to look differently than it does now when you rebuild. But you're going to be even happier if you can let yourself be. If you can do that work and you can do that emotional work, you're going to get to pick which cup. You're going to get to pick what makes you happy. And you're not going to have to jam yourself into this old model anymore. You're not going to have to jam yourself into this box and wrap yourself into external things to have that sense of success and completion, or achievement in your life, rather. So the next card here is the Fool. We run into this today in our communal reading, our collective reading. The Fool, as we said here earlier, she's even when she's blindfolded, even though she can't see, she knows where her light is. She's looking up and she's smiling. Maybe there's maybe there's a snake and maybe there's a flower. Maybe there's something painful coming and maybe not. But as I said earlier, even the snake's venom can be healing. And sometimes we just need to trust that the sun is shining and that we know which way we need to know which way our own internal light is coming from. We need to follow that internal light, even when we're blindfolded, even when we're in the dark, even when we're feeling like we're in the depths of some pit that we've never been in before. We don't know our way out. We really need to just trust in whatever we can trust in, that it's going to be okay. If you struggle to trust in things, you have struggled to trust in things you can't see, or the world that you don't know outside of your own psyche and your own comfort and your own home, um, then find someone that you do trust, or find something that you do trust, and just start there. Just find one thing that you can let go of control. Find one thing that you can fairly certainly trust the universe to handle for you, and just focus on that. And then remind yourself that, like, you got this far. I know Geminis aren't big on leaps of faith. I know they want to do the research, but we don't always have that luxury. Sometimes we get pushed, right? Sometimes, you don't get to do the research on being born. You don't get to do the research on being reborn. It's something that happens. It's something that happens when it has to happen. People, we still have no idea what makes women go into labor. There's just a time for things. There's a divine timing. And you need to be aware of that. You need to be aware that you don't always get to pick. And as I was saying earlier, this is a period of rebirth for all of us. All of us are in our eggs alone right now. And what we need to be doing is we need to be tapping on that shell. We need to be breaking through that. We need to be breaking through all of the judgment and all the crap that the world has put on us, so we can be our full selves. Because when we come out of that, that's what we're going to work on. When we're coming out of that shell, that's where we're going to be. And so this is funny that you're saying, let go of control, because this last card in the reading is the Ace of Swords. And as we keep talking about, this is really coming up about having new ideas and about letting go of ego, letting go of external things that give us confidence, external things that give us comfort. You see, he's removing his crown. He's removing his crown because you have to trust what's inside. You can't trust the crown. It's the king that's powerful. So you have to be aware of that. Most of our happiness or sadness comes from within. Whether we choose to wrap all of our energy into other people or not, really we choose how to react to their reactions. And so we really are choosing our own life and choosing our own emotions and choosing our own path and our own destiny all the time, just in the way we choose to feel and the way we choose to feel about others, and the way we choose to put expectations on ourselves and others. And so this is really about releasing that ego and just being really honest with yourself. This is an opportunity, as I said, for brand new ideas, for lots of new new mental processes, new cycles to begin if you want it to be. But you really do. You need to release that ego, and you need to release the external trappings of confidence and of control. And you need to really seek those things from a place of inner power. How's that for a lecture? I don't know if you notice, but when I channel, I speak a certain way, it seems like to me. Maybe not always. And then when I'm like talking like just me, I'm just like, oh, hey, what up? And so this is very much about like, okay, you've been doing a lot of external work so far. Now it's time for the internal work. So, um, shed the external stuff, let go of the ego. You've done a great job and you've got some resources set aside. That's wonderful. That's not going to help you here. You really just need to let go of that stuff and turn inward and do that work while you are being put in this position to do it, and just lean into what the universe is offering right now. Yes, calming but powerful. Exactly. At least the good spirits are. Some are just dicks. Yes, everything is positive lately. Everything there's a light at the end of all the tunnels. I don't know if we've noticed. No one is like, no, there will be doom and gloom forever. And not that I would ever expect the tarot to say that, I guess, to some degree. But there's so much about like, if we can do the work here, if we can do the work that's before us, we can have great things at the end of this. It's very much about like, okay, you've done lots of other work, but now it's time to do this work. So that other work is great, but it's not what's helping you here. So now it's time to do the stuff you've been neglecting. It is very important. Very important time for all of us, actually, in different ways. Hey, Rose. How's it going, sweetie? Welcome to the fort party. I don't know what you guys can see, if there's like big pink stuff in front of my head or whatever. I am super glad that Eric was able to get something out of his reading. And yeah, let me know if ever clarification is required or anything. The mic is way over there, and it can still hear me chewing chips. What kind of headache do you have? I think I have a bit of a pressure headache today because, ow, what the heck? Because it's still kind of gray and snowy, and I can just feel it like right here, like smack in the middle of my forehead. I'm gonna clear myself. Or, Emma, you could teach him to read for himself. I'm gonna have, so you know what, guys? We talked about, right? Third eye chakra right there. No, it's cool. 11 cards, whatever. I'm gonna read whatever they tell me to read. And obviously it needed to be said. So that's fine. I have to say that just considering what a giant reading this was, considering how like much there was to say, that the deck was fairly succinct. Excuse me. When I was newer to reading, I think that would have been a lot more cards because it really likes to get the point across. Whereas I find as I get more secure in my channeling and more secure in my reading, I find that I don't need as many cards to get the full understanding, right? You should get on Amazon and find a deck that resonates for him, and teach him how to cleanse it, teach him how to clear it, teach him how to use it on his own. I'm also gonna start offering classes Tuesdays and Fridays. Tuesdays I'm gonna do like pendulum or energy work training of some kind. And Fridays, we're going to talk about tarot and oracle cards. We might go through specific decks or go through a suit every week or whatever. But anyone that wants to learn about tarot, come by or tarot or oracle cards, come by on Fridays. Any kind of divination stuff. And anyone wants to learn about other stuff, come by on Tuesday. I guess they'll probably overlap quite a bit. But so Tuesdays and Fridays will be the I'm here to teach you whatever you want days. I think that what I'm going to do, and you guys who are here, maybe give me an idea if you think this is useful. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of put up like a monthly or a weekly schedule. And I'm just going to say, this week on Tutorial Tuesdays or Teaching Tuesdays or whatever the fuck we're going to call it, we're going to learn how to use pendulums for communicating with the universe. So you might need a paper and a pencil and a pendulum. Oh my gosh, yes. There are some amazing independent decks. My favorite deck is independent. Go on Etsy. Absolutely. Go on Etsy. Go on everywhere. Yeah, there's like so many amazing, great ones. Etsy especially, I think there's a lot. Hey, Hermit? Yeah. And so I think I'll put out like every like Monday. I'll be like, okay, this week, kitties. Tuesday we're doing this. Friday we're doing this. And then people will know if they want to come to the quote unquote class. Oh yeah, Kickstarter too. That's right. Thank you. Thank you for being here and reminding us because I forget. I'm just always like, man, I pick something quick. But yes, you're right. There's so many options, and even Instagram, because so many of the independent decks are advertising themselves there. If you, I was gonna say indie deck. I was just gonna say indie deck review. You can check them all out. They link it to everything. They are amazing. I don't know. So good. I don't remember where I found my little indie deck, but my unicorn cards that I'm madly in love with are an indie deck, and I can't imagine my life without them. And sometimes the indie decks are a little more expensive for obvious reasons. They don't have the advantage of the mass production that a lot of the others do, but sometimes they have a completely different vibe or insight, and it's really great. Yeah, that's the one I have. Thank you. This is the one that's sitting on the top right now. This is what I pulled yesterday for my sacral chakra prompt. What is the state of my sacral chakra? And I got the Hierophant, and I was like, well, since your sacral chakra is about passions and purpose, I feel like that's a good indication that my passion and purpose is being the Hierophant, which I've been working on doing. And I think that is a suggestion that I'm not messing it up. Oh, there are definitely something like that. Ooh, Considerate Cat Tarot. I haven't even heard of that one. That sounds very nice. And there's absolutely peacock or animal or something out there for sure. There's, oh my gosh, if you just Google, even if you just Google, they'll, if you can, and be as specific as you want in your search terms, I have found some amazing stuff that way. Who else was I reading for? Hermit, right? I was going to read for Hermit before I pull the runes out. My little Hermit. Are you guys enjoying the pillow fort? Is it feeling good? Are you enjoying that I'm sitting in a pillow fort for you? Just for you. This is like the best. I think I need some more snuggles though. Like this is supposed to be Snuggle Sunday and they're like all way over there. You need to practice your shuffling skills. Do you end up with like so much? I think that each of us is a bunch of different things, right? Like I think no one is just one thing, and I think that that's good. Just remember, little Miss Hermit, that it's very good to follow your own heart and your own way. But if you're not around other people, you're not setting anyone else's lights off. Just saying. Right? I think that this is nice, that it's just kind of like little. I can even move this like a little bit, like, so that it's just kind of glowing on the edge there, so it's not too much. It's just cozy. I know, she's like, really right now? You're going to call me on that in front of everyone? I get the laughing. It's fine. I should probably put the ice cream away because it's going to melt. And I don't want you guys to see my butt when I get up. This is my big concern in life. If you guys don't mind to hang out for a few minutes, I'm going to put the ice cream away and I'm going to refill my water glasses because I'm out of water already. And I'm just going to like bio break really quick. I'm going to try to be really, really fast this time. Oh my God, all the unicorns. And then I'll do a reading for you, my love. And then if Jonathan is still around, I can do a rude reading after that. How would that be? I mean, if I didn't have so many unicorns, would I really be me? I submit that I would not. I'm so glad that you guys liked your reading. Hell yeah, he says. Bust out the runes. And I will. It'll be great. I was just thinking yesterday that I need to use the runes more often, and I was thinking it would be great to do the fortune telling Friday. You just got back from a lovely nature walk. That's lovely. I hope you took lots of pictures for those of us that don't have somewhere to nature walk. I need to go to the farm with my partner, and I need to just be out of the city for a few minutes. But you got here just in time for me to take a break because the ice cream's melting. My ice cream is melting. So I'm going to BRB real quick. Yes, right? Totally. Way too bright. I understand that. I'm glad that you can turn the volume to what's comfortable and have just a nice little glow happening here. So I'm just gonna go and do all my stuff, guys, real quick. I'm sorry. Oh, and I moved all my things around so I could see the chat better. Oh my goodness. And I will be right back. I'm so excited because I can see, oh my goodness, I'm all excited because I can see that David made it. Hi. Hi, babe. I'm on TV. Do you like my fort? It's a little low. I had this tucked up better, but then when I leave, like it gets messed up when I leave. And then it's a problem. You know how it is with forts. Fort problems. Hashtag. Finally! Yay! So everyone, this is David. Lost Celt is my partner. David, this is everyone. Fairy just got back from a walk. I just did a reading for Eric. It's all been fabulous so far. We're having a great time. And I have all the stuffies. All the stuffies. There we go. There's actually like a disproportionate amount of Canadians in this room. All Canadians, please raise your hand or put an emoji or something. Because we have a large number of Canadians. Although, we do, I don't know why, but we always seem to have at least a couple European streamers or viewers. There's one. I wonder if the others are here. We have several that were here yesterday that are all Canadian as well. Emma was here. Jonathan is here somewhere, or was. There we go. Times 2. There we go. So, yeah, we have quite a little Canadian crowd in here, which is super nice. But also I love being able to I love when Druid's in here. Druid had to go to sleep. They live in Austria, and they weren't able to stay up any later. I think it's like 1 a.m. there, when usually they check out around 1 a.m. And then when I post the videos, or when the videos go up, they're like my one consistent viewer. My one consistent viewer. I mean, I've noticed more than one of my videos has had more than one views, which every time somebody shows up, every time I get a view, it just blows my mind. I'm just like, oh my goodness, this is what I wanted to do, and the universe told me that when it was going to happen, it was going to happen, and to get ready. And when it happened, it happened, and people showed up, and it's amazing. And this is like day 6. This is like the end of my week. Hi, Remedy. Hello. Thank you. Isn't it great? Oh my goodness. Okay. So now that you guys are here, I'll show you my fort, actually. Okay. It's super exciting. So let me just, okay. So I had this material from an event I did, and so it's all like fluorescent green and pink, which is great. And then look I used my shelf, so I have like all my cards, and this is actually like one of those magic 8 balls, but it's only for love. It has a heart on the top. I have my cards. I have like all my crystals and stuff. This is like my office altar. I have like a picture of my dad and a picture of me and my uncle. I have like all my books and everything. My bears are over here hanging out. Sorry if I'm making you like car sick. I'm trying to navigate the camera. Hee. There, how's that? Yeah, I've got this all happening. I've got it all propped up on the chairs and stuff. And I have like all the squishy stuff. I have 2 duvets and like 100 fuzzy blankets. I have snacks, because this is supposed to be like the day of coziness. It's great. I had ice cream. I have a unicorn mug. Let me find my unicorn mug. Oh, this is a close-up of my ear. There you go. My unicorn mug. I have ice cream, vegan ice cream, so that I'm not sick, which is, ooh, that's way too close. So that's great. And then, so this is my fort. It's wonderful, and it's amazing, and I hope that you are here and enjoying yourself, and in jammies are doing something comforting today, because it's all about comforting stuff today on Snuggle Sunday. That's where we are. I can't see the screen. That's probably not working. That's really... How's that? Can you see me? I can't see, like, there we go. I don't think that'll get in your way. I don't know. Screamin' Brothers ice cream? I'm sorry, I am completely unfamiliar. But please enlighten me because that sounds amazing. Remedy, you're so sweet. Thank you so much for the host. I appreciate that so much. I'm always interested in hearing about new foods that are not going to kill me. Because as Lost Celt can attest to, I have many foods that like to hurt me. Many, 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 many foods. Even he has given up on feeding me, and he is kind of required to. So, I mean, you can see the predicament there. So we were going to do a reading for the sweetest hermit. Are we using oracle cards, my love, or are we using tarot cards? What's your preference? What have you got? What you feeling? Yes, please send me info about ice cream. Definitely. For sure, Remedy. No problem. Thanks again for the host. No rush. I'll be here. A host is so basically on Twitch it all works basically on follows and on views, right? And so it used to be that you would follow people just if you wanted to be friends with them, and so people would follow you, right? Um, just to keep in touch, just to be able to like get in touch with you at all, whether you were a streamer or not. People would just follow you, um, and so it's still kind of a habit, so to speak. But I'm getting distracted by the chat. Sorry. Um, but now you can actually friend somebody so that you can whisper them and like private message basically and stuff like that. But so what happens when you host somebody is that my stream starts playing on like your channel because every single person that has a Twitch account has a channel. Even you, like you have a channel out there somewhere. There's probably nothing on it because you're not set up for that. Which is fine, which is okay. Like tons of people just sign into view. But if you host stuff on your channel, or host people on your channel, then anyone that you follow who is looking for you will see me or will see whatever you're hosting or see whoever you're hosting. Um, so so it's in the Twitch world, it's a compliment, and it's like they're trying to show people my stream, because even if it's just like a friend is looking for you or whatever, and they see, oh, they're here, they're watching this, they're doing that. So it goes back to like Twitch roots. But then a lot of people also stream as well as come and hang out in the other streams, and so anybody that has a lot of viewers is actually doing me a massive favor. Anybody that actually streams because they have viewers that they're basically sharing with me then. But like I said, anyone that hosts it all is doing me a massive favor just to like, because they're basically telling other friends about me. So it's kind of like, sharing. And yeah, Twitch is actually this whole sub community. It's super amazing in places and less amazing in other places. But it's nice because everyone kind of keeps, other than like I've said before, kind of like troll bombs now and then, troll raids, everyone kind of keeps to themselves. And so you can come on here. It's really amazing because it's this platform, and I know it sounds odd, but it's like it's the only platform that I'm aware of on the internet where you can basically like be tipped and be paid just for streaming live. No matter what you're streaming, they've made room for pretty much all of us creatives. And so it's great opportunity to create community. It's a great opportunity. You don't have to, like, obviously you don't have to make money to do this. You don't have to want to make money to do this. I have the services that I offer on my website and stuff, and certainly I'm hoping that people will consider me when they're looking for like a private reading or whatever. Fine, whatever. But this is not where I'm trying to make money. There are avenues to like support people that you know, like on YouTube or whatever, you can do Patreon and things like that. There are avenues to do that, and Twitch makes it really easy for everyone. It's a really easy setup. They have like a whole bunch of different open source broadcasting software. In fact, OBS, open broadcast software, open broadcast. I'm sorry, guys. If OBS, anyone is ever watching any of these videos, I apologize. They're amazing. They're great. Stream Elements partnered with them, or and it connects everything through your website. You can there's a bunch of different bots that you can use. There's a bunch of built-in bots. There's a bunch of like built-in moderations, so that like you can program in code words that like if anybody says this word, they're immediately evicted from the channel. Things like that. So yeah, there's it's a really great platform. They've done a lot to make sure that people can arm themselves against being raided and things like that. That's one of the other things that really pisses me off about what's happening with Zoom right now. For those of you that are not aware, people are bored at home and they've taken to being racist assholes on the internet. And so they're like a whole bunch of events, like book openings and like online meditations and things like this, and like beautiful things about from creative people, um, and unfortunately, especially creative people of color and creative people of in the LGBTQIA community. Plus, I can add a name to that in case I forgot anyone. Um, it's and they're rating their channels while they're doing reading poetry or giving a course or a seminar, and they're screaming hate at them, using the N word, telling them to go back to their country, uh, posting pornography for their loved ones to see. Like some of these people, it was like one guy was defending his dissertation or his master's rather. His mom, his wife, like everyone was there. They put gay porn, which I have no problem with anyone's sexual preferences, but I'm purely using it as a descriptive term. That is the type of pornography they chose to display because they obviously have issues about it, and because that's what they were there to do, was disrupt. And his kids, like everyone saw that, while he was there to defend his masters. This like beautiful person of color, like beautiful black man with has worked his ass off to get his degree and to come to this place only to have it ruined by like internet trolls. And so Twitch has been amazing in minimizing that in their community. There is definitely stuff that goes down. People get bored on the internet. If you ever look up, what would they call it? They would call like swatting someone or whatever, and they would call and report on a streamer while they were live that they had like drugs or something, and their house would get broken into by the cops, and they would get put on the floor on live camera and everything. But even when that kind of stuff was happening, like Twitch really took action, and like they've been really upfront about that stuff. So anyway, it's been a really nice. I used to stream video games because that's all I was allowed to stream when I was in a different part of my life, which obviously didn't resonate with me because I didn't continue doing it. But when I decided this is what I was going to do, it was funny to me that I'd developed all these skills and like learned this entire community and everything because of that I was a gamer, because I spent like 15 years being a gamer and a Christian. Those were the two things you were allowed to be in that relationship. And so that's what I did. And so I learned this amazing community and about all these great things. And when I was ready to start my stream this time, I knew exactly what to do and where to go and what software I needed. And it was a relatively fast setup. I mean, I'd had, like I said, 2 weeks between when I saw my last client and I got a cold, and then I was pretty much good to go. So it's a pretty quick turnaround, in my opinion. Obviously, the universe needed me to be ready for this, and I did my best. So here I am. I think that the internet is like crappy today, so I'm sorry if you guys are having buffering issues. I don't know if it's the weather or something on my end, but anyway. So sorry, I went on my big rant about Twitch. So, I don't think I've ever had Viking ice cream. I'm just gonna put that out there. So, um, apparently, David has a preference. If you don't mind, Hermit, I will just read tarot for you. Let me see. Ah. There's always a reason something's chosen, right? So if somebody has a preference, we should probably go with it. That's my opinion. Oh. Sorry, I'm arguing. Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay, okay. I'm arguing with my pendulum. Or I'm not arguing with my pendulum. Which, it's weird because David's not usually the decisive one. But it's good. It's perfect in this situation. So I'm gonna close this. Put this back. My bad. Making assumptions. Not listening. How dare I? I always forget about this steampunk one. Take a head, freeze it in snow, crack it open, and away we go. Brain-flavored ice cream. Everyone's favorite. I scream, you scream, because Vikings want ice cream. You're welcome. Okay. You're feisty, hey? It's not a problem. It's just a comment. Feisty AF. You fought that for a sec, hey? Sorry. Yeah, I didn't mean to be invasive. You asked me to read. Whoa. My goodness. Oh, Scorpio rising. That's, I'm actually also Scorpio rising, and that explains some things, don't it? Oh, yes. Yes, exactly. I used to have a channel called The Cat's Ass. And you can hear that however you want to hear it. And that was intentional. Wow. Okay, then. So I'm glad that you're saying that you have nothing to hide. And I'm glad that you're not bothered by any of this. And I think it's nice that we can do like readings here where like none of us really know each other. It is kind of dark in my fort, isn't it great? I have a little light over there. Can you see it? The light is going out outside though, and I don't have a way to add light because I didn't plan that far in advance. Because I'm a squirrel. I feel like it's an 11 day. Maybe it's just a lot of readings. Do you read for yourself fairly regularly, Miss Hermit? Like you just read for yourself? Oh, you used to all the time. I see. This is another one of those readings that's like, um, um, like it's one of those readings where I'm like, did you not want to hear what they were saying? Because, I mean, there's a lot going on here. And so it just seems like lots. So I was wondering how long it's been since you had a reading, because we were teasing Eric earlier about his 11 card draw, and this one is going to be 12. Sometimes when I read cards and I start to put them out, I kind of get an inkling of what's happening. And I'm like, I wonder if you want to talk about this. So I'm going to say now that if anyone ever wants me to stop, please just tell me to stop. And I will continue your reading in private or not at all if you don't want to. It just occurred to me now that like this might be uncomfortable sometimes, and I hope that everyone here knows that everyone knows that that they can always communicate with me and that they can always say whatever they need to say. And that, yeah, I will always. Now, poor Hermit is probably like, oh my god, why is she saying that? And of course, if anyone ever feels like their reasons that they're like not resonating, like the readings are not resonating, or that they're not serving their needs, again, please, like you don't need to listen if it's upsetting or if it's pissing you off or if it's wrong completely. Maybe I'm accidentally picking something else up. I'm always open to other opinions. I know you're getting nervous, and I'm sorry, because I don't think you want to talk about this, and that's why I'm like, I don't want to out you or nothing. You know what I mean? Like I don't, I don't want to like. I don't want to ever embarrass anyone or upset anyone on stream. But when I get a reading like this and it's like, okay, so look, there's some things that we really need to talk about, and I'm like, oh, do you want to do this? Like, do you want to talk about this here? And I'm not trying to make you nervous, and I'm not trying to make you upset. Everybody has a different level of what they consider to be personal or what they consider to be comfortable. And I just don't want to ever cross anybody's boundaries. And so that's why I say, as I get into the reading, please do just let me know if you want me to stop or continue later or whatever. Like if it feels too personal, or if you know what I mean. And I don't just mean you. I mean for everybody, ever, always. It occurs to me like I don't know what people's comfort levels are, right? So I just it's a good reminder for me to remind you guys that if you don't like it, or if you want to hear it another time, then we can do it another time or something. So I need more light in here, definitely. How am I gonna pull that off? It's getting darker and darker. And the lamp, so this was really like poor planning on my part, because the lamp is up there that I was going to use for extra light, and I didn't move it down before I farted. That's not before I started building the fort. And so I think that this is pinned up here somehow or on something, and I don't think I'll be able to reach the lamp that's way up there. Nope. I did bring another lamp here, but it's also not very bright, and it's a red light. So that's, I don't know. I don't think, is that making a positive difference? I feel like it's not. Hmm. Well, I can move this one up here. I can't get that lamp over here, if that's the question. Is that better? It looks like I have a little fire in front of me, I think. So we'll go with it. I keep squirming around, and I'm trying to have, because you know when you sit in a spot and like all of it all shifts so that your like the boniest part of you is on the floor. Yeah. So now look, I'm in my tent with my fire. So cozy. Just want that to not fall over and or set anything on fire, you know? I just that'd be great. Okay. I think I'm good. Okay. So the reason that I was not sure if you would want to talk about this on stream or if you wouldn't be sure if I was going to pursue this, is that the first card is the Page of Cups. And it's coming to me very strongly that this is about some dissatisfaction in an existing relationship. So I don't like intentionally do, I mean, I do intentionally do love readings if people ask, but I don't like ever pursue that unless people specifically ask. But this is like a very, um, but that apparently is the biggest issue right now is something there. And so I just, that it looks like that's what this reading is going to be about. And so I don't know if that's why I'm like, I don't know if you want to talk about it, but and it's interesting because maybe this is something that's not even fully spoken about yet or fully acknowledged yet, or something that's fully front and center in your brain yet. Maybe this is something you're hiding from yourself or that you're not willing to think about or talk about yet. And so the Page of Cups, when it comes up upright, it's usually about like an engagement or about love news, good love news. When it comes up reversed, it's probably about not good news or not satisfaction, right? Instead of deepening a relationship, there's a feeling of maybe growing apart or maybe just, a lot of people have been uh, forced to look at their situation a little more personally since the beginning of the pandemic and all of this other stuff, and maybe things are coming to light. Um, the next card is the Ace of Cups. This card is also reversed. I'll show you upright, and you can see where the cup is overflowing. There's such beautiful, good emotion, and unfortunately, right now we're having the opposite. This is draining. It's emotionally draining. It's not filling your cup, and it's not providing what you're needing emotionally, and this is and this in a fairly major way, unfortunately. The aces, again, they're not major arcana, but they're pretty serious cards. We need to take their influence seriously, and so this is something that is costing you or draining you. Instead of filling your cup, it's draining your cup, and not just like sipping from your cup, but maybe depleting you in some way. And so the Ten of Pentacles is the next card. And so the Ten of Pentacles is often about, that kind of, we often think of this as, she's looking to the future, this kind of fairy tale thing. But this is also, this is again coming up reversed. And this is more about this questioning, like, is this really what I want? Is this really what's serving me? And is this really where I'm getting my resources? And so the Ten of Pentacles is so much about that perfect life that we dream of, the white picket fence and the house. Like, this is the smart choice for happiness, the way North America views happiness. But now, in the face of everything that's really important, in the face of the tower that we're all experiencing together, is this really what's serving you? Is this really what's fulfilling you? Are you meeting your needs on all the levels? Are you tending to all 10 of your pentacles? Is this a relationship that's allowing you to do that? And are you going to be able to be happy in this way in the end? If you're not able to tend to all your pentacles, if you're not able to use use all of your skills and be your full self, and do all of that inside of this relationship. And so the Knight of Wands is the next one here. Again, reversed today. You can see she's defensive about her wand. She's I want to use new to her magic, or not confident. She's not confident about herself. The Knight of Wands is normally about moving forward quickly on our spiritual path, but reversed is talking about feeling like you're being held back. You could be progressing right now. There's lots of really positive influences astrologically and in other ways, but something is holding you back and preventing you. You're not able to pursue that path freely. And so there's like this defensiveness. There's this need to hide, this air of like always looking over your shoulder. And I'm not sure if that is something that you're putting on yourself or if that's something that's coming from an outside source. But you're just not feeling secure. You're not feeling you're in a secure place to pursue what you should be pursuing. There's this other stuff that's happening that's really causing you distress and taking you off your path, right? And so the Five of Pentacles is next. The Five of Pentacles is here, again reversed. The Five of Pentacles is all about lack, the fear of lack of resources. The Five of Pentacles, when reversed, really suggests that we, I'm sorry, I don't, to make a mountain out of a molehill is what's coming. And so it's really about, we tell ourselves that we're going to have this lack, but we're not questioning that. We're not questioning ourselves. We're not questioning if that's true. Are we really going to be lacking resources, or are we going to be filling our resources from more cups outside of this situation? Are we going to be tending more of our pentacles if we're not here? And so this is really about this mentality of lack, there being a lot of attachment to it, a lot of attachment to this idea that in a different situation you would not have what you have here. You would not have all the things that you need. There's some support or some pentacle, some resource that would be deprived. You would be deprived of, and this is just you need to question your beliefs in that area, because it's suggesting that that's incorrect and that you're limiting yourself here. So the Seven of Pentacles is the next one up. So the Seven of Pentacles is upright. So the Seven of Pentacles is about the skills that you have been tending, and this is talking about, you've done really well with the skills that you have. We're not saying that you haven't done well. We're not criticizing. We're telling you that you've done a great job with what you've been given, but you're not using all of it. 7 is the number that comes before 8, which seems, again, like a silly thing to say, but the Seven of Pentacles is coming up for a lot of people right now, because we need to be drawing from multiple places. We need to be tending all of our resources. We were talking about this again yesterday. I'm not surprised this is something that's coming up for multiple people now, that we really need to be moving in from that 7 into that 8. We need to have that stability and that balance, and usually this is that we're we're telling ourselves what a good job we've done, and that's great. We're almost, after the sixth, which is the end of a big cycle, we want to sit on our heels and we want to count the resources that we already have, and that's wonderful. You've done a great job. But you also have to admit to yourself that there's an entire skill set that you're maybe neglecting or maybe just starting to acknowledge, and you need to start putting some resources into that because it's not going to be a stable pillar when you're ready to move on to the eight if the others have all had way more attention. So the Queen of Wands is next here, starting to get into more of like the positive and the advice, and this is really about being the Queen of Wands, about stepping into your spiritual power, stepping into your path. As you can see, she's got her riding crop at the ready. She's not going to take any shit from anyone. She's ready to move along this path very quickly. It's really just waiting for that gun to go off, so to speak, just waiting for that opportunity to start moving forward. The Ace of Wands is here next on the path. And again, this is reversed because, as I said, we're waiting for that that gun to go off. We're waiting for that shift in order to start moving. And so it shows here the King of Swords. Now, the King of Swords is to represent a man who is well educated. Sometimes the King of Swords men are kind of jerks. They can be a little bit arrogant. They're very focused on their learning, their education, on science, on things that they can prove, things that they can look up in books, things that they can build boxes with. And so they have all these kinds of ideas. But remember that swords and ideas are the same thing, and that you can hurt people with ideas just as you can with swords. They don't necessarily realize they're doing it. They don't realize that there's something that they're harming, someone, but therein lies the problem. There's this that they don't understand that by being that way, it's a double-edged sword, right? By making your stand or making a firm boundary, you can also be cutting other people off, right? And so that is something that we often see with the King of Swords. When you see it reversed, it often means that knowledge, that education, that place of where they're getting their power, where they're getting their sword, that's kind of being used against you rather than for you. I mean, the King of Swords can be a charming gentleman with his knowledge and worldly experiences, but he can also, as I said, be an asshole and be quite harsh and maybe intentionally or not. It suggests here that there's somebody like this in your life, and that's probably what's preventing this moving forward, and you're going to need to make some decisions about that person. The next here is the Four of Wands, and you can see there's this celebration, right? There's this achievement. We're reaching this new level, but again, this is reversed. And so this is what you should be doing. You should be celebrating. You should be reveling in your amazing magicalness, and you can't. That's being stolen from you. That's being kept from you. You're not being allowed to be your full self. You're not being allowed to celebrate your full self. You've made all these amazing achievements. You've come so far, and yet you don't have someone, or you're not able to to blow your own horn, so to speak. You're not able to celebrate it openly. Even though you may be rejoicing inside, you're not in a safe place to express that. So the Page of Wands is next here on the list. So the Page of Wands, you can see, has a little bit of an air about like not giving a fuck, and so this is an interesting card to come up next. This is the Page of Wands is about new things on our spiritual path, or new spiritual paths, about new parts of our life path, and so this is about an opportunity here. An opportunity to turn away, to make that decision and to go a different route. You can see that there's some, I believe she has a biomechanical arm, steampunk here. You can see she's been through some shit. You can see that she probably has a sword hidden in that cane. And you can see that she's really wary and keeping an eye. But you can also see that she's ready to defend herself, and she's ready to get moving. The pages always come up when there's a new opportunity or a new fork available to us. And these are often like higher level forks, so to speak, than the, like for example, than the Two of Wands. This is more about like something that's really new, as opposed to a decision you need to make about something you're already kind of knowing or understanding. And so the last one here is the Emperor, which is interesting. And so this is looking toward the future, and the Emperor is about the divine male energy. The Emperor is about understanding the difference between patriarchal male energy and divine male energy. And so we have, unfortunately, in our society decided that a man needs to be educated and emotionless and all these, macho, toxic masculinity, whatever. We've decided all these things. But with the divine awakening of the divine feminine, we are now needing to have the males wake up and also embrace the divine masculine. We're also needing everybody to embrace the divine masculine, actually, like the whole world. We need to all just accept that each of us is a spectrum, and each of us, maybe we're more on one end of the spectrum than the other, but everybody has some masculine and some feminine energy, and we each need to embrace all of that. And so this is really about um, um, a partner that embodies all of those things, that embodies the divine masculine, a partner that is able to be supportive and loving, fully, emotionally, spiritually, on all the levels, as opposed to showing their love in a patriarchal way, such as providing by monetary means, or you know, the 50s husband keeps coming to mind, and I'm sorry, I don't know if that's appropriate. And so you can really, there's this limitation that's happening, because not only are you limiting yourself on your path, but you're preventing yourself ultimately from being in a much more supportive place, not only for yourself, but to be supported by this other in the future person or entity that has a much more divine masculine energy than patriarchal masculine energy, which is more the King of Swords. And so, sorry, I was like, that's a weird place to stop. Oh, there we go. And so the last card, the real last card, is the Fool. And this is about this being an opportunity for all of us. We talked about the Fool so many times already today. There's opportunities for new beginnings here. There's opportunities to set out on this new path. We're not saying that the path you've been on so far is valueless, and we're not saying that it's dumb or stupid, or that you did anything wrong. We're just saying that there's this new path, and that you need to be ready for it. And rather than being fearful, or rather than trying to stop it, just start slowly in your mind deciding what you're taking. This is all about oh, and maybe it is about that. That's cool. Sorry. Maybe it is partly the past and partly the future. But this is where we were about in this unhappy relationship. And so now the Fool is the last card, as I said. And so now we're having this this new beginning opportunity. But as I said, you need to be able to leave some things in the past, and you need to be able to choose wisely what you take with you, which friends come along. And so what I want to say about that is that in order for the Emperor to be the divine masculine, we need to support them in being the divine masculine. We need to include them in our spiritual awakening, and we need to empower them the way so many are working to empower women. And unfortunately, a lot of men are being left behind spiritually, emotionally, and we really need to make sure that if we have found our Emperor, that we are really supporting them, because they're only going to be able to support us from a position of self-acceptance and divine masculinity, as opposed to from a patriarchal place, or from a place of wounded woundedness or from a place of feeling resentful, that, we are, like, I understand that for a long time women were not getting the great end of the stick, but, trying to beat them with the stick is not better. So this is really about supporting each other, right? Masculine, feminine, whatever your energy is, whatever your primary energy is, whatever you decide to align with or not align with, we just need to acknowledge that this awakening is happening, that we need to be able to support it with balance. Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah. And it's interesting that it came out so much in these two kind of separate rows. Um, I don't know. Like I said, when I read, I'm just like, oh, this is about someone unhappy in a relationship, and I don't know if you want to talk about this. Um, I don't, like I said, I never know if it's like today. I just know that this is what's happening in your head right now. This is what's muddling your energy, and these are the things that you need to really be focusing on. And so I think it's really interesting that there's only two major arcana here, and they're both right at the end of the reading. And the major arcanas are that emperor, that divine male person in your life, and being able to lean on them and be supportive of them so that you can be supported by them. That you guys want to be able to be supportive for each other fully. And then the fool, right? And it's like leaving the past behind and setting out forward in this new journey, choosing to leave what happened before behind you, truly behind you, and just taking what you need from what happened before and bringing it with you and leaving the rest there. And so, yeah, the magician is the last one that popped out of the deck, and it's all about creating that for yourself, right? It is a masculine, it is a male on the card, the magician card, but that doesn't mean it has to be a masculine energy. This is all about creating what you need in the world. This is all about harnessing, the divine masculine as well as the divine feminine for yourself, right? When there's nothing wrong with learning. There's nothing wrong with learning. And sometimes, uh, and like I said, sometimes our current partners or our best partners or the people that we're best suited to, sometimes they have a lot of similarities to the people that we were not best suited to. And that's really something that we need to be okay with, because, we were looking for something. Okay, so on your last test, you got a 7 out of 10. So on this test, you got a 9 out of 10. Like, you picked better this time. So do you know what I mean? So many people are like, oh, like, what if I'm just repeating patterns? I'm like, okay, well, everyone's repeating patterns all the time. Everyone's repeating cycles all the time. But are you repeating this cycle more successfully than the last cycle? That's the question. And so the last card that popped out here was this judgment card, and this is so much about this fear of judgment from others, and this is something that we really need to let go, and we need to leave this in the past. We need to judge ourselves, and like I said before, we need to expect. It's funny because I was just thinking, isn't that justice? We need to expect, as justice pops out of the deck, we need to set clear expectations with others. People are not going to treat us fairly unless we expect them to treat us fairly or make them treat us fairly. If we accept inappropriate behavior, or if we accept behavior that's beneath what we are worthy of, then that is what we will get. And so then the Two of Wands, the very last one. Ooh, no, it's not the very last one. The Two of Wands here, about this like fork in the road, as we've discussed, about that sensation of not knowing which way to go, or not knowing, not knowing, but of having that sensation of a new fork and the departure. And then the Chariot, of course, as we're talking about the Chariot is about leaving that fully, right? The major arcana come up when we need to like really, really be paying attention. And yes, exactly. I totally understand what you're talking about. And that is exactly the kind of thing that I am talking about, is you can be the King of Swords and not be an asshole. There's a lot of King of Swords out there. There's, some of them are better quality than others, just like all humans. And I'm not talking about equality, I'm talking about just quality, period. Some people are just a better match for us. And whether that's because of their upbringing or because of their choices or because of their whatever, we just need to accept that, and we need to not beat ourselves up for that. And you know what? It's the triggers I think are good, because the triggers are what's leading you to what you need to fix for yourself. The triggers are leading you to the wounds that are not healed. If you're still getting triggered about it, and you may always be triggered about it, and that's okay. Every time you look at a certain scar, you're going to remember, right? It's okay to remember, but don't hurt every time you remember. Find a way that it's not that stab in the gut every time. And so it's finding how to heal that, and how to heal those wounds. We talked yesterday about cutting psychic ties to people, doing basically guided. I did a guided kind of energy work thing to discuss how to remove energetic and psychic ties that we have to people, because every time we get upset about somebody that has harmed us, we're feeding that energy to them. And so if we cut those ties, we often feel like we're not playing into those same old pipes anymore. And it just really helps. It really helps us to be less triggered, and to gives us some clarity to see what we need to be fixing and working on. Oh my goodness. I don't know many grown-ups that could sit on a floor for 4 hours. And yet here I am. I have to keep like leaning forward so I can see the screen and stuff. We should do the camera and have like, it's not quite dark enough. We need a better light source for shadow puppets. This has been so fun, you guys. Oh my gosh. Oh, yeah, exactly. Totally. Like, go back to anything that's ever worked for you, revisit it. And you know what? Even if in revisiting it, you realize that that's not working, but this part of it worked for you or whatever, then you're still, every time we go back to something, we gain new knowledge, we gain new understanding of ourselves. Anything that ever worked for you once, always go back. Go back to the positives, go back to the things that worked, right? And at least it's a starting point. I am so disappointed that you guys can't see my Stormtrooper jammies, because I can't really I can't just hang out just casually like this, just chilling, just, cash, low key. You are welcome, sweetheart. I hope that you enjoyed your reading, and I hope that it was useful and informative for you, and I'm glad that you were able to make sense of it and weren't mad at me for talking about stuff. Because like I said, I'm always like, you're going to be mad that I'm talking about this? Don't be mad at me. Don't hate me. My uncle was talking to me last night, and I was trying to explain to him, because he's like, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm going to blow your mind here. Like, do you know what I mean when I say metaphysical? Dude, I've invited you to my streams, and I have tried to tell you what I do with my life every single day since we've reconnected, and you never want to hear it, and now you're going to ask me if I know anything about metaphysical. Well, and then you try to tell him and he won't shut up, and so he duct taped his mouth shut so that he would listen to me, and it was pretty funny. But then he always assumes that he knows what I'm going to say before I say it, and then you can't really have a conversation from that basis, because you're constantly correcting his assumptions. And then he doesn't want to hear your corrections because he assumes he knows what you're going to say there too. Well, and as long as you know what I mean? As long as you know that you can always tell me to shut up. As long as you're comfortable. And that's why I'm like, ugh. Sometimes, like I said, and it's cool because sometimes I get the cards and I'm like, I don't know if people want to hear this. And then they're like, yeah, it's cool, yo. I just needed to talk about it, or I just needed whatever. And I'm like, oh, good. Because for me, I'd be like, ugh. I'm just saying. So, anyway. Under the weather. Under the bottle, you mean? That man. So, he got off the phone with me, sloshed. He was drinking, what do you call them? Screwdrivers? But he wasn't, like, he didn't have a glass. So he was like, vodka, orange juice. I'm sure his ratios were right fucked. And then, so he got off the phone with me at what would have been 4 in the morning, his time. And, he was sloshed. And then the next text I got from him was like at not even 2 in the afternoon, his time, like hours later. And all of a sudden, he was in a completely different town, like 4 hours away, with like where my dad is buried, and he's sending me a picture of him and my dad's tombstone, and I'm like, what are you doing? Why, what, you're not even supposed to be out of your house? And he's like, yeah, I went for a drive, and I'm like, that's like a 6 or 7 or 8 hour round trip. Like, yeah. I hope his wife drove. I don't know, man. I don't know. I love that man. In fact, him and my dad, he is in both of the pictures on my office altar. The man that I'm talking about, my uncle, he's not even my biological uncle, but he is on the picture with my father, and he is on a picture of him and I when I was a child. And he is a great human, despite his not listening. But yeah, I don't know what happened that he suddenly ended up in North Bay. And I kind of said to him, like, WTF, mate? And he was like, yeah, I just needed to see my mom, who also is buried there. And yeah, so he just, stopped by to visit dad while he was there. Sent me a picture. So now I have another picture of the two of them together. Didn't mean to be so dark. So I think we were doing runes, right? For the Jonathan, if he's still here. Excuse me. Yay! I'm excited too, because you guys, I can show you the amazing runes that he made me. If I haven't shown them to you already, or if you haven't seen them on my account, they're like literally the best. Let me just, you can like feel the Viking power. Let me just show you my ass for a minute, shall I? No one look. It's hideous. No one needs to see that. I finished my ice cream. It's so melty. It's like coconut based because milk free. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about it. I mean, it's not bad, but it's also not real ice cream. You know what I'm saying? All right, my darling Viking friend. Do you have any specific questions you'd like to ask of the gods, or would you merely like to have me hear what they have to tell you? That's very helpful. Thank you. Just general. This is selenite for the record, in case anyone's interested. There's something I need somewhere here. Alright. I'm just obeying. I love these crystal points I have. Oh, I know. I could turn the light on. I'm so smart. I have so many. Look at these little crystal tips. I don't know if that's focusing well. They're so pretty. I like them. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Alright. I don't know what we're doing. I'm just getting stuff. That can go there. I need to crawl out of here in order to turn the light on. And I also need to have a bio break real quick. So I'm just going to leave this here for a moment. And I'm going to just BRB. And I'll just be a minute. And then I'll do your reading, Jonathan. I'm sorry. I really need the light on though. I will be back shortly. Okay. Guess who's back? Back again. Squirrel's back. Tell a friend. Squirrel's back, squirrel's back, squirrel's back, squirrel's back. Finally. I know I'm hard to follow. I'm sorry. In fairness, those that have been following me for like 4 years, um, they didn't have to follow me somewhere new. So I really only had like 11 followers on the other account, I think. Mm-hmm. Clearing's alright. I should communicate better. Okay. General reading. Now, this is going to be a little bit tricky because I have like all these like duvets under here, and so I don't want the runes to roll too much. See, they all went to one side. This is going to be a problem. What am I going to do? Oh, I know. I'll do it this way. I can almost fit this entire set in my hands. Almost, but not quite. Almost. So I wish you could see what I'm doing, because I was kind of instructed to do this a different way. Or not instructed, but it was kind of guided, I guess. And so, I can't even really show you. But I have like the selenite in the center, and then I have the runes I spread out across, and I pulled out all the ones that weren't right side up. And now I have added other stones to the mix. And so this, we're talking about on this side, we're talking about kind of the past, or things that we're dealing with or facing from the past. Sorry, I'm just trying to get. I still have to check the book, which makes me feel so inferior, because I know that I'm reading for you and you know every single one by heart. Maybe you should be pulling runes for me. Maybe that's what should be happening. Okay, I see. So this is about when you moved here. This is about like your relationship, and about how you had to move to be here. About that you were able to be wise and see the unlimited potential of this situation. You were able to see what was over the horizon, so to speak. And so there was this chariot of change, this vessel of change, and it wasn't just, you don't remember them most of the time. Okay, I feel so much better now, actually. It was this vehicle of change, not only that you came here in a vehicle, but that it was this change in your life. You were departing the old way and the old way that your life had gone. And this was giving you, um, and this was interesting because it shows that the first year is going to be hard. It shows that the first year is on its side. It's not reversed. It's which it can't really be. This rune, the the Jera. It's horizontal, and so it's showing the first year is going to be really hard. For a period of a year, right? Then there's going to be the prosperity. There's going to be, I know this sounds weird, but relationships are often forged strongest when they're forged in hardest times. And so there's this kind of period of a year. It literally talks about a year. Um, this difficulty in this transition, but to just acknowledge that the old chariot has to be dismantled, so to speak. The old ways need to be completely over. And so what we're seeing, we're kind of here now with we're in this place of new beginnings. Again, this is on its side, and so that's showing us that this is hard, right? This is a hard transition. It's a hard year. It's a hard for everyone right now, and especially even harder for those that were already having difficulties. But love is here too, and there's like this clarity, and so this situation is going to give you clarity. It's going to give you this ability to move forward from here very directly and in a very like focused with great purpose. You're going to be able to move on from here with great purpose. And so don't be stressed as much as you can about this time right now. It is very hard. It's okay that it's very hard. These things are coming in the future, and this is just part of the dismantling of the old ways. This is pertaining very much to your personal life as well as what's happening into the entire world. Of course, we're all being astrologically affected by the same things, and so we're all playing out in some ways the same theme in different ways. But for you, this is really about allowing 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 the gods to put you where they need you. And it feels difficult right now, but sometimes we need to earn that trust. We need to earn that. We need to earn what comes next. And they're not saying that you're not worthy, but you're not ready for what they have in store for you, and you need to be able to honor that with grace. And so there are going to be challenges coming. You're going to be able to see clearly what those challenges are. It talks about frustration and psychological blocks, which makes perfect sense. But you're going to get a lot of clarity going forward on what that looks like. This is kind of like a side quest, so to speak. This is kind of something that's happening um, because of and around the bigger picture. This is something that's kind of off on the side. You're getting this clarity about what is blocking you and what is working for you and what is not working for you, and you're going to have this time now to fully understand that and fully harness that in order to move on with less struggles in the future. And then we see into the near future, we see and it says mana, sorry, is the rune, and it says the self, friends, enemies, social order. And so you're going to see this shift, obviously. There's going to be this shift that we're all, as I said, all experiencing, but we each need to decide for ourselves who really are our friends and who really are our enemies, which of our habits are our friends and which of our habits are our enemies, what is really truly serving us. And so this is about making some difficult decisions about who we have in our life, making some difficult decisions about maybe where we believe we belong in the world and in as an individual, as part of the collective. We need to start making some examinations about that, so that we can be ready for those decisions. And now it's interesting here. It says the elk protection shield, to ward off the evil eye. This one's actually coming in upside down for you, and so this is a good warning for you that you're not infallible. You need to make your next moves carefully. This isn't foretelling something necessarily imminently destructive, but there is potential for danger to come from rash decisions, and you need to be really aware of that. You need to be aware that you're not invincible. You weren't then and you aren't now, and you need to remember that. You need to learn that humility, and to be able to make those battle decisions safer, better, because you have this responsibility, this family now that you can't be running off full steam ahead into every raid that comes along. I don't care how much mead they're offering you. And so the last rune that shows up here is Dawn, Breakthrough, Awakening, Embarking on an Enterprise, which sounds so much like the Fool, doesn't it? And so I love that this is actually, this rune is completely surrounded by love. Um, this this is part of your life purpose. This love that you have now. This that you can be your full self. You have the love to do that. You have the support to do that, and that's what's going to move you forward right now. You need to give up on the ego and give up on the idea of that you're invincible and that you can do everything alone. Because if you really want to have, if this love is really going to be your focus going forward, and it looks like that's what it needs to be, that's what's going to give you that breakthrough. That's what's going to give you that awakening, that realization that you don't need to be constantly proving your invincibility, and that your invincibility is a responsibility and not something that is like a birthright for you. That's probably something that you never learned last time, but you have been more prone to taking instruction in this lifetime than last. So, I mean, we'll see how that goes for you. So just know that this is all surrounded by love. Especially the stuff moving forward, this big breakthrough is all because of love, all for love, all about love. And so you're going to have the support and the love that you need to do all this. You're going to have that there, and it's going to be there for you on the other side of it. So don't be afraid to do the work that you need to do. I've been talking so much in this stream that each of us needs to be putting out our light, like not extinguishing, but like putting it out into the universe as much as possible. And for each of us, that looks different. Some of us, we each look different physically, so why wouldn't our lights be different? We need to do what's like making us shine right now, and we just need to be really honest with ourselves about what's working and what's not, and about what's serving us and what's not. How is that for a runic reading? I'm just going to take the camera, and it's going to be a pain in the butt for me, but I'm going to do it anyway, because I just want to show you what I did. Isn't this beautiful? Yeah, I figured you were going to say that. Good luck, Amy. So you can see I had put this, because this is like the center. This is the focal. This is like where we're getting the clarity. And so you can see this is the stuff we've been working through, and this is the stuff that's coming in the near future. And this is the breakthrough that's coming with all the love surrounding it. I had put the rose quartz and the selenite and the Lemurian tips, I believe. Lemurian tips, I think, for here. So these are the things about that we need clarity. This is the stuff that's about love. Anywhere there's these, and you can see how this is just surrounded in love. So there we go. So this is your runic reading, sir. Quit being a stubborn arse. I mean, hashtag just saying. Of course, like every human on the planet could hear that advice every day and never take it. How's that? Is this, do I have it? See, I can't see it. There we go. Okay, that's not bad, hey? You guys can still see me. Here's a close-up of some of the runes. These are all rocks from the river, I believe. Hey, Jonathan? These are all, we live near a big river here, and they've gone down and collected all these rocks, and they're just so smooth to the touch. They're beautiful. The green shows up so perfectly. I said I needed neon green runes. These work under black light. They're like the best thing in my life. One of the most cherished divination tools that I have, and also because Jonathan is an extremely devout, practicing Neo-Norse heathen. You can really feel the energy. You can really feel you can really feel the gods speak through these runes, and they're just beautiful. He also made me this amazing box to go with them. I always show it off. Hail Thor. Thor is my personal heathen Norse deity that I have the biggest alliance with. We were talking about this yesterday. Frey is another that I work with regularly. Well, you have to say Neo because I'm sorry, sweetheart, but this isn't the last lifetime. And so we have to say Neo because you're not actually practicing like the original religion as much as, you want to say you are. Because you can't anymore, which is not your fault. Not fully. Not here. Ugh. Putting all the things away. For you, it's not. For me, it's not what? See the leg, man. The leg. I don't know what I was talking about 30 seconds ago. So, I'm enjoying my fort. The old times. Fair. Valid point. I see where you're going with this. I'm not stupid enough to argue with you. I will tell you what I need to hear, and then I'm done. Or what you need to hear, and then I'm done. Because the ego, it gets in the way still. I mean, not as bad as last time, but still pretty bad sometimes. It's okay, we still love you. So, I've done all the readings, and I'm very much enjoying my fort. I kind of want to... I wish I could, lay in my pillows more, but the camera doesn't reach very far. If anyone else would like a reading, please feel free to speak up. Oh, that's fine. I don't mind. I think everyone got what they needed. Sundays were always a weird day to stream. Which is interesting because you'd think that the whole world would be different now, but whatever. Anyway, I guess I'll end the stream for the day now since everyone's have the reading they need. I'm very much enjoying my pillow fort. Maybe I'll just leave it. Maybe I'll stream from here all week. Maybe I want to sit in a chair again. Hard to say. You need to go to sleep. Oh yeah, you're still doing that get up at ridiculous o'clock thing. That sucks. In so many ways. Bread life. It's a hard life. Holy shit. And now, for those of you that were able, I know you weren't, but for others that were able, there's not even any relief. It's such a freaking hard lifestyle, especially when you're doing it 40 hours a week, like Dustin and them. And then it's no massage, no chiro, no physio. Just destroy yourself 24/7 and hope for the best. And then a year from now, good luck. So yeah. I was not aware that you had a war with the Weston's bread guy. I'm going to get off stream. I'm going to give you guys a shout real quick so we can arrange our drop-off. And to everyone else, if you're still here or not still here, if you're watching the stream, wherever, thank you for stopping in. Thank you for the support. I super appreciate it. I will see you guys Tuesday at 3 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, which is where we are right now in the Mountain Standard Time, apparently, even though we're in the flattest fucking province in the world. And yeah. I will see all of you guys later. Thank you. Have a wonderful everything. Thank you for snuggling with me.